enjoy yourself. You about to get a message from yours truly. Sit back and enjoy yourself. You about to hear a message from yours truly. Pure Bama Freeman lifestyle. Hey. You about to go from city to city. Yeah, yeah. Traveling across this land in the pure Bama Freeman lifestyle. Ooh.
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, man? It's your boy Bama on the highways and in the byways. Definitely appreciate y'all, man, for coming through, bruh. Woo! Shout out to you guys. I want to give you a major salute for coming through. Seeing about this here live stream, bruh, we gotta definitely talk about this one, man. Because this was a classic butt kicking, a shellacking. So y'all come through, man. Hit the like button, man. If you're new, sub to the channel, man. This your boy Bama right here on Free Men Travel right here on YouTube, man. And you definitely can go over there on Kick and follow me over there on Kick, man. Free Man Travel right there on Kick, man. Shout out to you guys, man. Y'all come through, man, and listen to this debate with me. Coach Greg Adams, man, is a stud. Pause. In the debate arena, bruh. Coach Greg Adams is a stud in the debate against Andrew Wilson, bro. This is a classic whipping. Shout out to the coach gang. Shout out to the free agent lifestyle. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams, man. I have to give you the dub. I have to definitely give Coach Greg Adams the dub, man, because he went in there like a straight up gangster, bro. And he did the damn thug thizzle, goddamn boy. Jeez. Boy. Hey, yo. I ain't seen a whipping like this in a long time in a civil discord or a civil debate about marriage, man. Marriage. Is marriage really worth pursuing? I want to ask you guys that question as we get ready to listen to this debate, man. I have to ask you that question. Is marriage truly worth pursuing in the West? I'm already under the impression absolutely not. You know what I mean? But Coach Greg Adams articulated his point very well, in which it was nothing that I could find that I disagree with in this subject matter coming from Coach Greg Adams. I mean, he wiped the flow, man. Y'all gonna enjoy this one, bro. It's just, oh man, he played murder ball, man, with this boy, man. I mean, reckless abandonment, man. He stood on business, man. Listen, he stood on business, and although, you know, I would like to add that Coach should have said in this one particular point. That's the only thing. Other than that, really, I ain't got nothing to add. Just to be honest with you. When Andrew talked about it, you just regurgitating a feminist talking point or feminist movement, or you teaching men to be feminists. When Coach Greg Adams got to telling him that no, this is not about my body, my choice, or it's not a feminist movement, but rather men have taken control of their over their finances. So this is the reason why guys are not marrying anymore. Damn, but he should have added that they have chosen their own way, and you have guys that have gotten out here, gotten their passports, they're choosing different options that is not affected by the marital market or the dating pool here in the United States. But man, y'all gonna have to be with me on this one, man. Y'all gotta stay with me on this one, bro. Listen, Coach Greg Adams is a straight stud in this debate. So without further ado, go ahead and give a shout out to Shell while she's in the building. Appreciate you for coming through, Shell. What up? What up? What up? But the listen, the man just surgical, man. Come on, let's go with it, Coach. Coach Greg Adams. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. Let's go ahead and put up the banner of fair use, fair use, fair use. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and put up the fair use clause real quick. First of all, let's do all of these things real quick, folks. Let's put it up, put it up, put it up. For those that don't know, hey, yo, this is a male-centric channel, but ladies, you are welcome. We do not discriminate regardless of race, class, sex, creed, or political and religious beliefs and all that good shit. Okay, 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 okay. This is an educational entertainment channel. This is dedicated to having the conversation to sensitive subjects. The viewer's discretion is advised. You have been advised, folks. Okay, you have been advised. Don't tell me that I didn't warn you. Okay, it's already out there. Let's go ahead and put the fair use clause up real quick, so y'all know that I ain't, hey, I'm gonna be stopping it periodically to let y'all know, hey, I have something to say about this particular point. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce or distribute or exhibit portions of this copyrighted motion picture, videotapes, or video discs under the certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use, and it is allowed for the purpose of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of the copyright under 17 USC 107. Yes, I said it. That's right. Fair use, fair use, fair use. So with all that being considered, we're going to put this at the bottom of the screen, folks. Let's go ahead and let Coach Greg Adams dissect Andrew Wilson. For those that don't know who Andrew Wilson is, he's a super conservative, an extremist conservative who is religious, all right, in Catholicism, and he's going to try to impose that on the free agent lifestyle. Without further ado, let's go, Greg Adams.
Communities that have safety, good children, good schools, are typically centered around marriage. However, marriage has not progressed to the point where men can be safe legally, and a lot of men have experienced tremendous damage, collateral damage as a result, and it has led to broken families, a lot of broken hearts, simply because the laws are not positioned to benefit both people in a divorce. Therefore, you have no-fault divorce.
For those that don't know, that is Coach Greg Adams talking. You'll be able to know the difference between the two. Coach Greg Adams is a brother. You know what I mean? He's a brother. He my brother still. You know what I mean? Even though I disagree with still messing with the chicks around here. However, there's a very slight disagreement. But I'm telling you, man, this motherfucker's real. He's real. He's real. Okay. And then you'll hear from Andrew Wilson after Coach Greg Adams open up. This is the opening, folks.
You have opportunities for women to use the courts against men, and as a result, men have seen 1, 2, and 3 generations of men getting harmed, their grandfathers, their fathers, their uncles, their brothers getting harmed by this. So Generation Z men are not positioning themselves for a positive marriage. So at this particular point, if someone asked me, would I recommend marriage for them, and they were in a certain position in life, they weren't established, I would say no.
We can do a little side piece. We could do a little side piece. And whatever you want to. Appreciate you for coming through, though. Speak. ZY. Appreciate you for coming through, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I beg to differ, though. I think he did answer all the questions. You know what I mean? I think he did answer the question. He answered all the damn questions, but of course it wasn't the answer that you or maybe Andrew didn't want to hear. So, hey, we're gonna let it rock out, and I'm gonna stop it, and then you could debate me slightly in between the time. Let's get it.
There's no benefit for the person to get married today. Got it. Your response, Andrew?
Yeah, I didn't hear any anti-marriage arguments. I heard anti-divorce arguments. So I'm with you on divorce, 100%.
Stream over.
And but,
You agree.
but it's a good thing that the topic isn't on divorce; it's on marriage. And it seems like you agree with my proposition then. And the proposition is that marriage, quote, is a great institution.
Yep.
And that right now your concern is that men can't be safe in marriage, but that's not actually what you're saying. You're not saying men can't be safe in marriage. They can. You're saying that they may not be safe in divorce. So I have a counter proposition for you.
I mean, he started off pretty good. I mean, yeah, that's a great point, but the point is, what leads to the divorce is the way that marriages and the incentivization of that so-called marriage. That's the point. That's what he's saying. So I ain't gonna interject too much, but go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
The counter proposition is, what if it's the case that you can use religious marriage institutions without the state? And then we add the ecclesiastical structure of the marriage. That's what always kept them together anyway, before the state was ever involved. So what if instead we use the ecclesiastical church, the structure of the old churches, that would be Catholicism and Orthodoxy, where you see the lowest divorce rates, because the community puts pressure on the women to act right. That's what they do. Right now, the state applies no pressure on women to act right, right? You can just go and file whatever you want, get a divorce, and go be banging the neighbor by the next night. We totally agree on that. But just
Okay, bet I could do that. I could definitely do that. Are you busy? No, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? That's tomorrow. Okay, yeah, you know. Um, Let me see. I'm trying to think in terms. If you go to my page, you can find my Instagram. Shoot me a message on my Instagram, and we'll set that up. We'll get a time and date, and we'll converse about it. Because here's the thing. I was once married. You know what I mean? Did I get divorced great in court? Nah, it was irreconcilable differences. We just split. However, though, it doesn't negate the fact that these guys actually get murdered in in these marriages. You know what I mean? And women, in my opinion, have the leverage in marriage, and it does not benefit men. So yeah, let's hit me up on my Instagram, and we'll go with it. I come up with my own talking points. I'm not gonna regurgitate what he said. I'm gonna come from my own personal experience, as well as what the data and statistics say that when you look at the cost benefit analysis, it's not a good investment for men. Period. So yeah, hit me up on my Instagram. We'll go from there. Let's go.
say that we should abandon marriage is silly. It seems like you're completely pro-marriage. You're just anti-divorce. So why wouldn't you just throw your weight behind institutions?
And now this gonna be the part that you're gonna have to deal. You're gonna have to definitely deal with this part. You know what I mean? Speaker, ZY. Now, I'm not with Coach Greg Adams and trying to fix the marriages here. I ain't here to try to shame, blame, and explain. You're gonna have to answer to that. All right? I'm pro-marriage, but it ain't the marriage of this country. That's gonna be my point. So you're gonna have to deal with that part. Let's go.
Where the divorce rate is the least, and you have an ecclesiastical structure which can be appealed to assist with that. That's what makes no sense to me.
My response to that is if we're fifths, we beat all drunk. All right, so that's a scenario that just isn't present.
Can you
in
explain
today's.
the analogy for me?
Well, if we use if, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. If we say if we have a situation where this is present, then this would work. Well, that makes sense. If we had that,
We
it
do
would
have it
work.
right now.
Well, it doesn't necessarily work because, and I'm going to tell you why,
Okay.
because a woman can go to a divorce attorney and they can simply just say, hey, listen, it was a off the cuff, off the state divorce, but you got married within a certain state, or she filed in a certain state, so therefore the divorce goes on.
No,
Absolutely, yes.
well,
Listen, I've been to with the divorce attorneys, and what they'll tell you is, hey, listen, You can get married in a ritual, you can get married in the orthodoxy, you can get married off record. But if she files and that woman is hell bent on saying, we got married, I don't care if it was a ceremony where we walked on coals with our feet bare, that's considered a marriage. You also have common law. You have a lot of other ways for that woman to establish marriage.
How does
And
your way eliminate common law?
I don't have any way to eliminate common law.
So
what
then-
I have is a way for men to avoid
Well, then the
being
argument's
used.
silly.
No, the argument's not silly. So here's what you have. You have a if proposition, which doesn't exist for most men.
Now listen, look. I do it. We'll do it this way. I'm gonna play 30 minutes of it. We're gonna do a couple of parts to this. I think it's fair. We're gonna break this stuff. We're gonna break this debate down in 30-minute increments. So if you guys can bear with me, we'll do 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna drop the link, and y'all can come up. Is that fair? Do y'all agree with that? Are y'all okay with that? We could debate off of their debate if that's what y'all want to do. We could set it up that way. Mister, are you cool with it? Speaker ZY, is you cool with it? We could do it that way. I mean, we could rock it out and call it a day. You feel me? So, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna agree with Coach Greg Adams on the premises of it's not a good investment. But however, though, I think that marriage is beneficial to the right culture of women, and this is not the right culture. And even if you snatch away, abolish no fault divorce and all this other shit, you're not going to get a genuine marriage. You're going to be marrying a ticking time bomb. All right, these women are not going to be genuine women. They're going to be very combative, and your marriage will probably be far worse after the fact. So you telling women to give up a whole lot of stuff to even be a cohabiter with you. You know what I mean? In a so-called righteous way. So yeah, man. Yeah, y'all ain't got to debate. We gonna matter of fact, let's go do this right here. We gonna break it down this way, man. I'm gonna do it this way. We gotta get this shit stirred up, bro. We gotta get it stirred up. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna tell you straight up, right? I'm finna drop the link now. And I'm gonna pause it. When I pause it, y'all can do y'all commentary from there. We'll debate a little bit and then I'll play a little bit more, okay? Let me change this background real quick. Let me change this back because this is a very, very great debate. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is a great debate. And I just believe, and I ain't been a homer, but I'm just saying I think Coach Greg Adams wiped the floor with his ass. Okay? I'm telling you he did. And all that shit that Andrew Wilson trying to do, that shit didn't work with Coach. It didn't work. You know what I mean? So let's play a little bit more. Let's go.
Most men aren't religious. Most men aren't looking to be under a religious orthodoxy, so it doesn't apply. So you're taking a moral standard or a religious standard to apply to people who aren't under that veil.
So let's start with a couple of things you said which are fundamentally untrue. Most men are religious, in fact, including in this country. Most of them, not some of them.
But they're not religious.
Hang on, I didn't interrupt.
I understand, but let me just take that point. Most aren't under your religion.
Okay.
We can agree with that.
So here's the thing,
Facts.
though. But
That's a
Catholicism
fact.
and Orthodoxy is growing rapidly. And if it's the case that the ecclesiastical structure is already there, which it is, right? If you're going to cohabitate with a woman, the thing that you're offering right now is common law marriage anyway, if there's cohabitation at all. You're not protecting anybody from that. At least under my model, it gives an ecclesiastical structure that's designed to prevent divorce by applying community pressure. That was the way it was always done. Apply the application of community pressure within the confines of the woman's social circle.
Nobody, that's what Red Pill was about. It was to shame these women into being traditional. How that shit working? Check. You got anything for that speaker? How's the shame, blame, and explain? How is that really working now? Is the women being compliant? Are they capitulating to the radical? You know what I mean? Like, are they capitulating? No, they're not. They're getting worse. You know why? Because you have social media that is constantly feeding the machine of these debaucherous women, and you're not going to stop that snowball from going downhill. Check. You have nothing for it. You can throw out a scripture. You can even change laws. But as long as they have social media, you're not changing nothing.
Right now, do you agree with me, for instance, that many divorces happen because women like to yap? So you get a freshly divorced woman, and she's free. You go, girl. Girl power. And she starts talking to her little friends, and she starts telling them how liberating it is and how great it is and this and that. And this is why when women have divorced friends, their likelihood of divorce actually rapidly increases. It's for this reason.
Divorce is contagious.
So if it's the case that this social contagion is eliminated because now we have an ecclesiastical structure, an ecclesiastical authority, which won't grant it because you get ostracized from that social group through excommunication, for instance, or not being able to participate anymore with that community, that's an application of a serious and significant social pressure, which can do the very thing you want. Bring back that great institution, absent the state, and it avoids this whole problem of common law marriage. Because if it's the case that you can be common law married anyway inside of a state, and they can get grounds for divorce on that anyway, then we actually need to have some social pressures to prevent them from doing that. So it sounds like we agree marriage is awesome for men. Divorce is terrible for them. So it seems like we should be attacking the divorce structure here, and it doesn't seem like you actually have anything to do that other than just avoid the thing that's great for you, because this other bad side effect could happen.
Sure, that's
So
like
why don't
smoking
we-
cigarettes.
So why don't we attack the bad side effect when we have the mechanism to do it? It's not if, we can do it now.
Okay,
Right
so
this
like
second.
smoking cigarettes is the same analogy. You're saying, okay, here, cigarettes in this situation, we obviously know it has negative side effects, so you would avoid it. Now, here's the issue that I have with it. It sounds great on paper, but we can't travel to the land of make-believe. It sounds great. The majority of people probably wouldn't do it, and if you ask a guy, which this is an important part, they're not even prepared to even talk about that. They don't even know what divorce laws are. So you're asking them to travel to the land of make-believe under a marriage system that small percentage of people use. No one uses it today. You might have said they used it to the past. Today, that doesn't exist. So we can't travel to the land of make-believe to make marriage work for you. It might work in your marriage, but it doesn't work for the greater structure.
Your argument here contradicts itself, because on the one hand you say men don't know enough about marriage, but my assumption is that your mission is to let men know about marriage.
Absolutely.
Okay, well then I don't understand how it's the land of make-believe if you can let them know about this, but I can't.
Sure.
He talking about that Cinderella shit y'all got in y'all head. All right. And again, speaker. I want to challenge you. I guess you want to set this up for Thursday, a debate. Listen, all of that was good in the 30s, and like Coach Greg Adams said in this debate, that you're only doing a snapshot of a time period that was short-lived. And at the end of the day, none of this shit is applicable to right now because the culture has changed. Okay? You're going to have to fight these women to make them be what their great-grandmothers were, and those women are not going for that shit. All right? It don't matter what the law, no default divorce. But guess what? That's going to make it even more difficult for you to get married. You're not going to marry them because you changed to no-fault divorce. That's going to make them more cautious of getting divorced. It's just like the women said, Roe v. versus Wade, they stopping us from having kid deletions. Listen, they're going to just stop giving it up. And that's the reason why y'all having sexless marriages, because the women are not trying to get pregnant, because they already know some of y'all want to have kids and they don't want to have kids because it's on their terms. Okay? That's all it is. That's all it is. Now, I'm not going to do a whole lot of reading, folks. All right? I'm just going to click in y'all message. Just acknowledge your message. Okay? But I am going to give y'all my spiel. Let's let the debate go on. Let's go.
All right, so
get off of that.
So if I
Off of
am,
that.
it sounds like I'm offering a real alternative to what you're offering. And here's what you're offering. Men, marriage is great. It's a great institution. It's the best for children. These are your words. In marriage, right, men seem to thrive. Their health seems to thrive. Everything seems to thrive.
You didn't hear what I said, Speaker. Even if you created the laws like they just did with Roe versus Wade, you're going to have less sex going on in this country. Okay? And even then, just like Coach Greg Adams said in this debate, yeah, you gotta make that, you gotta federalize that abortion. You gotta federalize it. If you don't make it federal, then you just spin it, you know what I mean? You spinning wheels. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you said it's good that you have less sex. Okay, all right. Well, I'm not. Hey, if you wanna speak on behalf of the incel, go ahead. But I'm just saying that natural. If you trying to produce incels, MGTOWs, and all that, y'all can have that. That's not my argument. All right. That's not going to be my argument. But what I am going to say is this: that if men want to go, if men want to go to a traditional values, they got to go to a culture of women that have traditional values, not because of laws, but rather they got it from their mothers who taught them and trained them and groomed them to be traditional women and traditional wives. That is how you settle all that. Trying to reinvent the wheel that's been created in America from feminism, you're not going to reinvent that over a couple of laws. You know how long it's going to take them to redo that shit? You know how long it's going to take them women to capitulate to these laws, and then you have a smooth sailing of these healthy marriages? That shit is not going to happen. Dude, Martin Luther King, it took him, like he said in this debate, it took him between 12 to 15 years to see any type of progress to integration. And you're not going to tell me that the segregation and all of that was going on back then, and that temperature then is less than what we're dealing with now. No, it was worse back then. Integration was much harder to convey over. Well, I'm gonna say, hold on. Let me retract that. Let me retract that. I think that what we deal with now is harder than integration. The job that Martin Luther King had to do, as far as trying to get the so-called establishment to let us integrate, I think that job was easier than the job you're trying to get us to do right now, or the job that Andrew Wilson is trying to do. Because why? You got social media. The only way your point can be valid for real, and still, I probably have pushback on it, is if you snatch away social media. And I highly doubt they do that. Let's get to the debate.
Right. You're saying, well, the problem is that divorce rates are high, and they are. However, there's a few things there that you haven't covered. One, it depends on demographic too. For instance, if you're black, it's going to be way worse than if you're white. Correct. Okay, way worse. And also, socioeconomics matters, right? Demographics in general matter. So you can do a lot, actually, including prenuptial agreements. You can have a prenuptial agreement with the ecclesiastical authority without the state even involved, and it seems like that would mitigate your risk to damn near nothing.
You said if about 50 times
So did
today.
you.
Now, here's what I'm telling you. I'm
So
telling
did
you
you.
when, all right, we're already in this system. You're going outside of the system to create a scenario for me to argue
What
against
system
you.
are you going outside of?
We're talking about marriage is typically done with the state. Almost everyone does it this way. So now
Typically, it's not-
here's all the
it's
ones
not-
that got.
Now that part right there, Andrew Wilson is not going to run from that point. Everybody gets married through the state. And if you try to marry a woman in the United States, in order for it to be an official marriage, a recognized marriage, I'm not talking about your religious beliefs, you have to get a marriage license to even have that marriage to be validated. Okay? That's the reality of it. Otherwise, it's going to be a common law marriage, and that's what Andrew Wilson is trying to propose through this so-called ecclesiastic marriage ceremony. And guess what? Even if you do it that way without a marriage license, even if you do it without a marriage license, she can still take your ass to court to divorce you, because Andrew Wilson claimed that you know, she got to go through the church and the church got to take her through this process and it's going to be a long process. No, 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 no. That woman can break free at any time. And that's where he got cut at right there. Okay? No, 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 no. You misunderstood everything I just said. What's up with ABE? Appreciate you for coming through. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Man, we got 10 people in the chat, bro. We got 10. Hey, y'all, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button if you're new. If you are new, sub to the channel. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and sub, big dog. Go ahead and sub. It's a hot one. It's a hot one. It's a hot one. We got to talk about it. Hey, speaker, I know you probably busy right now, but boy, I would love to have that debate right now with you. You feel me? I would love to have this debate with you right now. But you ain't gonna come on. I dropped the link already. Let's go.
For a second. You've moved the goalpost. You've moved the goalpost to a scenario of if, and you're arguing from the if. Hold on for a second. You're arguing from the if perspective.
It is perspective.
Now listen.
It is.
Give me a chance to listen.
All right,
Give
I'll
me a
give you a
chance.
chance. Go ahead.
You're arguing from a very small percentage point. Now you're saying demographics, and we can talk about that, but you're still trying to get me to argue in your cloud of if.
Yeah.
That's the land of make-believe. Most people, by far, are married to the state. Not only that, your land of make-believe still exists, the prenup with the ecclesiastics. You can write whatever you want in that prenup.
Here's the thing, dog. If you write up your own contract or if you go through the church, that woman can go to the law, okay, at any point in time. This is what you're not getting. If you do not go through the state and get a license, at that point, it is not a valid marriage according to the state. Okay? Not only that, it could be classified as common law marriage, which is not recognized as a real marriage. But that does not negate the fact that she can still take you to court, and this is what Coach Greg Adams was saying, is that she can still take you to court. She can step away from the church, change her belief system, check, and she can get her lawyer and take your ass to court and officially divorce you, okay, through the court. And that means that they're going to liquidate your assets that y'all came, you know, that y'all pretty much got together. They're going to liquidate it like it was a regular marriage. And your ass is going to be split up. And she could put a damn, what they call that shit, damn, I can't think. It's slipping, Brian. When you can't go around somebody, what's the name of that? When you can't go around somebody, I forgot the name of it, the legal term of it. Oh my goodness, it's on the tip of my tongue. I can't spit it out. Spit it out. Spit it out, Bama. Spit it out. When you go, oh my gosh, y'all help me out in the chat. When you go down to the police department and you sign a, oh my goodness, not a stalemate. No, that's not a stalemate. No, it's like when you a restraining order. Thank you, speaker. She can put a restraining order on you, all of that, okay? And just say, hey, I want to be totally against this guy. Like divorce is, you can splice it up in many ways, even if you go through the process that Andrew Wilson was talking about. If the man don't give that woman what she wants, she can always revert back to the court, bruh. Okay? Like, don't act like that church gonna outweigh the word of that court, bruh. Weefy, appreciate you for coming through. Appreciate you for coming through. Y'all, what? Y'all, hey, y'all, I tell you what. How about y'all try that shit y'all talking about and see if that woman can't get her way. She gonna take your ass to court, bruh. And like he said, a divorce is just another lawsuit. It's just a suit, and you got to answer to it. You got to answer to it. And if you have kids, Bart, you really got the hook in your mouth. You know what I mean? I'm telling y'all what it is, bro. Like, y'all better stop letting them religious people hook week y'all. Let's go.
It only matters in the divorce. That's the reality. So I'm still dealing in reality. You're in the clouds. Hold on for a second. You're in the clouds. So let's take the demographics.
Okay.
In your scenario, it sounds like which would be fair, your primary concern is with white people.
No, it's with
Hold on for a second. You said with black people, the demographics, the chance is higher.
Yeah.
So have you discovered the Ecclesiastics approach to black people married within this?
Yes.
However, their demographics, economics, which all do affect marriage, has nothing to do in the land of the clouds or the make-believe with the Ecclesiastics. It's all going to boil down to in the law. And there's no church reverend that's going to go into your household to make sure there's social pressure on your wife. Do you know
yes,
any?
sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know any that can cover all marriages?
All right, so we want to get technical with the marriage thing. Is that what we want to talk about? Okay, I assume that a couple of y'all are religious, right? Let's just go into it a little bit before I let this play some more. Technically speaking, according to y'all biblios, right? If you have a sexual encounter with a woman, that is your wife, sir. Okay? Now, what you better not do is run over to we need to have a ceremony, because you're not going to show me not one ceremony in the Bible. Okay? There is no marriage like that. Marriage is when you was given over from somebody's daddy and there was a dowry or whatever, some type of agreement. A bartering system happened to where you had purchased that woman, and when you break her virginity, you're married. Because why? You know your wife. Just like, what is his name? Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and he dwelled or lived in the land of Nod, and he knew his wife. Adam and Eve didn't get married. So who the hell married them? Check. So here's the thing. If you want to get technical and say, well, marriage is not necessarily, the state and, this is the real way how you marry. Well, no, according to the Biblios, if you have sex with a woman, that is your wife. Check. So how many damn marriages are y'all in? Ooh. You see? See how it works? So don't tell me, well, the only real marriage is when I did some vows. Well, no, that's fairly new, right? That's a new phenomenon. People coming together and doing ceremonies. That's some European shit. Okay? Marriage wasn't constituted that way. So if you on that Bible shit, I'm just telling you straight up that the Bible doesn't necessarily tell you to do it the way that most of y'all have went out and got married. It don't talk about it like that. It don't say, go to Caesar and get a marriage license, and then you're actually married. No. Check. So here's the thing. A lot of people are in polygamous marriages based off the natural law of what marriage is. Okay? That's what it is. Now, if a woman steps outside and have a couple of dudes she's smashing, according to the Biblios, she committed adultery. Because why? The man that she gave her virginity to was her first husband. So any man she slept with after that, she committed adultery. Okay? Yeah, we... Hey. Oh, man. Marriages and divorce are two sides of the same coin. Oh, man. Hey, we feel you. Hey, listen. Y'all are degenerates. Hey, what the scriptures say, you're born in sin and shaped in iniquity? Check. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? You feel me? You can't just get a restraining order just because you don't love your husband or like your husband anymore. You can't even get one in actual abuse situations most times. Well, yeah, I get it. But, she could find a way to get completely separated from the man. I think that was the point I was really trying to make, Alicia. Thank you for coming through, though. Appreciate you for coming through. But that was the point I was really trying to make. You feel me? Yeah. So if you trying to put pressure on her through some preacher or some church organization, she can file some type of restraining order and get some documentation. So if y'all keep pressing her, she can go into this thing called self-defense. Okay? Because let's face it, breakups are not pretty. They're not pretty. And some people get a little violent when it comes down to so-called, there he is, okay. appreciate him. He's here. He's here. Shout out to the speaker.
How's it going? How's it going?
Man, thank you for coming through, bro. What you got for us, man?
Well, so a couple things here. So first off, I'll start with like, if what you're talking about when you talk about like she can divorce you even if you never got married, you're just saying she can like put some type of like lawsuit when you bring up like the restraining order and things of this nature, right?
Right?
Yeah. So like, but you could as well do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, that's more a problem with like the breakup, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a
Mm-hmm.
problem with the marriage itself.
Okay. Okay. So what do you want to argue about the marriage itself? Like, what is your position on that?
Well, so like if we look at just like stats, what we see in the world, like married men tend to live longer, they commit less crime, um, they have better health benefits, they report like overall happiness
Okay,
better.
hold
Same
on a
with
second.
women. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, stop right there. Stop with that point right there.
Yeah.
There are some nuances to that, and let me just throw this one to you. You can Google it if you like, but men actually lose testosterone. I think it's like 27 to 30% of their testosterone when they're married. Is that healthy? When you lose
They
testosterone?
lose testosterone when they're married.
Yeah.
I've never heard of this.
You never heard of? Let's Google it real
Like,
quick.
yeah, we can
You
look it
do
up.
believe you do believe in Google, right?
Well, I mean, I believe the studies that it can link to. Sure, yeah.
Okay, because some people like to say, well, that's Chat GPT and oh, that's Google. Well, we can't cherry pick. We got to stay with it, right? We can't pick and choose when we use Google. So let's use Google. Um, just a minute. Who have higher testosterone, men in marriages or single men?
Yeah. So as I'm bringing it up here, research found that men in committed relationships, including marriage, so it's not only marriage. So any of you dudes that are just having a girlfriend, you have lower testosterone too. So should dudes like date guys instead then, so that they don't
No, no,
lose
no, no,
their
no, no, no. It
testosterone?
ain't. It ain't. It's not that. It's not. That's not what we're suggesting now. We're
But
saying that
but
a single man, yeah, a single man, he loses testosterone. He have lower testosterone.
no. A man that's committed in a relationship, including marriage. So that's not only men in marriages. That's men in relationships in general.
Okay, so yeah,
And
go
like
ahead.
this is due to like the mating parenting trade-off is what they call this, right, in biology. And what's happening here is that when you're in your mating stage, your
Hmm.
testosterone is going to be higher because you're looking for that mate. But once you've found the mate and you're in the parenting stage, yes, your testosterone's going to lower. It's a biological response to the environment you're in, right? You don't
Okay.
need to be
Mhm.
all testosteroned up looking for the lady anymore. You got her.
Okay. All right. So I'm looking here, right? It says single men have higher testosterone levels. Studies consistently show single
Yeah.
men have higher averages of testosterone levels compared to their married counterparts. This is because higher testosterone can be beneficial for mating efforts, like you just said, a primary focus for single men. Now, married men have lower testosterone. Marriages and particularly fatherhood have been linked to lower testosterone. My major question to you was this: is that healthy of having lower testosterone when we know testosterone control a multitude of things in a man's biology?
Yeah, so the levels that you lose, yeah, I would say it's not that big of a deal. Men lose testosterone as they age as well. It's not a significant difference that you're completely like you don't completely lack the testosterone. Yes, it lowers, but it's not like a um, like significant difference that you're gonna be this like completely different person or behave completely differently. You'll probably take less risks That's usually what comes with lower testosterone, and I think that's a good thing. Like as men are becoming committed in a relationship, they should take less risks. You know, you shouldn't be risking your life when you have a wife and kids at home. So I think this is just like our biological response to the environment we're in.
So it's the environment. It ain't because you're in a relationship. So this study is wrong.
Well, yeah,
right?
the relationship is part of the environment. It's because you're settled with your family, so you're in parenting mode now instead of mating mode.
So are you religious?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Okay, so if you're Christian, and I don't want you to run away from this point. So, and it's going back to the debate that Andrew and Coach Greg Adams had. Didn't the Bible say we should be fruitful and multiply? What does that mean to you?
Yeah, we should have kids with our wives. Yeah.
Okay, so how do you multiply with one woman?
Oh, you can have quite a bit of children with one woman, right? Like if you married a woman, you're in your 20s, she turns 18, you can have kids until she's 30. You can have one kid each year.
But that's adding though. Anytime you're dealing with the numeral one, is that not adding? I know multiplication is a higher form of adding, but what I'm saying is, in order to multiply, that means that one time, right? Like you say, two and above would be considered multiplication, correct?
Yeah. So I get what you're trying to say here. Yeah. So the be fruitful and multiply, if you and another come together, right? The one plus the one, you make another one, right?
Right.
1 times 1 is
One.
1. Right. So the 1 male times the 1 female equals 1 child. And you keep doing that.
That's not
That's
not
multiplying.
multiplication though. That's
Yeah,
adding.
it is. 1
So-
times 1 is 1. That's multiplication.
Okay. Exactly. So it said to multiply, not to add. It didn't say add. It said to multiply. You multiply if you have 1 times 2. That's multiplication. 1 times 3. 1 times
Are you saying
4.
that 1 times 1 isn't multiplication?
No, that's not multiplication. That's adding.
1 times 1 is not
That's
multiplication.
1. You're not
What's the
multiplying.
times mean? What's the times?
Of course, you could use the symbol of it being multiplication, but when we really look at it, multiply means multiple.
Yeah, multiple.
That's what it means. Yeah, multiple.
2 people is multiple.
Okay, so but what's the equal? What does it equal out to?
1.
A single digit.
1 times 1 person, 1 times
Yeah,
1
that's-
person equals 1
Yeah,
person.
but one person. That's not. You're not multiplying from that one. Okay, since we wrote, I want you to answer to Isaiah. I think it's 42:7. When it talk about in that day, it would be 7 women that would take hold to 1 man. Are you familiar with that verse?
If you just repeat it, I can bring it up so I can follow along with you. Isaiah.
I think it's 42:7. Let me make sure. This has been a while since I've delved into this Biblios thing. I say 42:7, I think.
It's you're thinking of Isaiah 4:1. You mean?
4:1, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
4:1, I'm sorry.
and in that day 7 women shall take hold of 1 man, saying, "We will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by your name and take away our reproach." Are you so?
How many women
Are
was
you
that?
asking what they're talking about here?
Yeah, I know you're gonna give me contact and say it was talking about that time and it's not related to today. I know that's pretty much where you're going with that.
Yeah. So, well, no, it's that verse is describing a time of like social collapse, right? And like it was after the war or after judgment has happened, right?
Okay.
So when
Okay,
when
okay.
there was so many men have died that
Mhm.
the women outnumbered them severely, It
Uh-huh.
led them to seek marriage simply for the social status and
Those
not for
7 women.
protection. And
Okay,
it was
yeah.
not for material support though.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
and
seven. Those seven
this is
women and one man. Okay.
yeah. So this isn't like this isn't saying that you should have marry 7 women, right?
Okay, hold on. Wait.
Yeah.
It said in that day though. It didn't specify in that that day that it was written. We can say that can be applied even to today. When you have nearly 6 million more women in this country than men, then what is that ratio? That sound about accurate. And I would wager that it's war primarily in many fronts, in many ways, all over this world. So nature says it's going to always be more women than one man, and that's something that we're going to have to deal with. You can't just say, well, God says only 1 or 2 people that are supposed to get together. 2 people supposed to get together and that's it. No, that ain't how it works. That's not how you populated the earth. You populate the earth based off of multiplication, and this is what I'm trying to get you to.
Yeah. So yeah, okay, I get what you're saying here, but just to like make sure that like the context of this verse is correct here, like you have to understand this is a foretelling of the gathering of the nations for Christ, right? So like this is the one man in this scripture is to represent a Christ, and the
Do it
7
say that?
women is a symbol
Do-
of the nations or the churches that are going to be
Does it say
united with Christ.
Okay, does it say that what you just said? Do it say that? Or are
Well,
you adding
no,
your
you have to
interpretation of it?
you have to read the context that comes after and before
Where's
to
the context?
understand that.
What it says in the context?
Well, so like when you go on, so you're taking a literal meaning of after war 7 women seek 1 man for protection and social status, right?
Right.
This is talking about humanity in itself. The 7 women are symbolizing humanity in itself, seeking union with Christ, the one man who removes the reproach. That's all it's talking about. It's a foretelling.
You know what the reproach mean, right?
A lot of it is.
Mean, right? You know what reproach mean, right?
Yeah.
Because a woman would be shamed if she was sharing 1 man today. That's reproach. Like that's like a form of shame. Like, oh, I would feel bad if I had to share a man. That's gonna be removed from them because they know the situation. That's what we're dealing with. And right now, you're seeing that now. But people are doing it through baby mamas, right? You got women with 3 and 4 baby daddies. That's called polyandry, by the way. Okay? They don't even have no shame of having multiple baby daddies. They don't have no shame.
They may say they don't.
Well, so let me ask you a question based off the biblios. And you ain't
Because like if you want to talk about relationships not lasting, polyamorous and polygyny, these relationships don't last, dude. You don't see old polyamorous couples, all right? That doesn't happen.
Well, it doesn't happen because it's been wiped out of society.
Well,
you agree with that, right?
For good reason, right?
What good reason? You just stop multiplying at that point. You start subtracting if you want to look at it. You don't think so?
How is one man in today's society gonna like support multiple women and children without some type of system?
Well, I could just tell you something simply. I mean, I'm not an economist,
like the average
I would
man
say
of
that
today. Obviously, there's obviously there's obviously men that can. But
yeah, but it's variables that needs to be changed in order for a man to have the ability to do that. Such as you need to let the men go back to work and give those jobs to those men and give them a decent wage to where they can take care of that men and women. But as long as we live in
Oh, like I agree here. We
egalitarianism,
should.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
I
there you
agree.
go.
Women don't need to be in the workforce. Yeah, I agree.
Exactly. There
And
you
if
go.
they
So
if they came out of the workforce, men would get paid more. Yeah, I agree with this. But this isn't
Mhm.
like this isn't to say that like just because this is happening, men shouldn't value marriage now, right?
yeah, marriages is multiple ways. It's different types of marriages. You are aware of that, right?
Yeah, for sure. But
And I, yeah,
I don't recognize these like polyamorous or polygynous relationships or marriages. I don't recognize that. Neither does the state, by the way. You wouldn't.
yeah, of
They
course,
wouldn't
of
recognize
course,
these marriages. Yeah.
of course, of course. I agree with you on that. All right, so going back to that polyamorous thing, right? So do you acknowledge that the Bible says that if you have sex or intercourse with a woman, I'm paraphrasing, that is considered your wife?
Wait, sorry. Say that again.
That the Bible says that if you have sex with a woman or you have intercourse with a woman, that's considered your wife.
Mm, no, this is also like taken out of context. Like, j- just think
What?
about that logically for a second before we get into this. Do you
Well,
think it
before
would
you,
make
but,
sense?
I mean, hey, hold on,
Oh.
hold on. Before you do that, what would be a marriage though?
Right,
What would
it's
be
a
considered a marriage?
marriage is a sacrament, right? It's a commitment, a lifelong commitment between the two people and God. That's what a
Okay,
marriage is. It's not a
okay,
contract of ownership, right? So that's why earlier when you were talking about like, oh, no matter what, you have to be, it has to be a contract to be recognized by the state. You can be married and it not be recognized by the state. Even common law marriages aren't recognized by every state. So like, I don't
right.
think it matters if the state recognizes your marriage or not.
Would she be considered? Could she, if she went by the marriage that is not recognized by the state, could she then turn and say, well, I was living in this place, receiving mail from this place, and again, this is what Coach Greg Adams presented in this debate. Could she then sue that particular individual for whatever assets she's trying to separate from that household? Could she do that? Because she could be labeled as a squatter at that point, right?
Yeah, so anybody could do that though. So that's not like only a
Exactly.
problem with marriage. Like your buddy could move in with you and he could do the exact same thing, right? So like that's not a problem with marriage. That's just like it's just a problem with being able to sue anybody for anything.
Hey, Xavier, hold on a second. Xavier, are you talking about me, speaker, or me? Who didn't watch the debate? I watched it twice today, by the way. I actually watched it twice today, and I came up with the same conclusion. I need to watch it again. I'm sure I'm gonna come up with the same conclusion. Watching it a third time, 'cause I think it was a classic debate, to be honest with you.
Well,
But go ahead,
this
finish
is
the
what
point,
I
brother.
was saying earlier is that like I think that like Coach Greg Adams here, he avoids a lot of questions, right? Like the one
Okay,
question
as
he
in what,
asked is
Greg?
like that Andrew asked that he wouldn't answer is like, or one of them anyways, is he kept asking what how do you get divorced if you never legally got married?
Said what now?
Because Coach Greg Adams was saying even if you don't legally get married, she can still divorce you. How? That's physically impossible. There's
Okay,
no
maybe it's the
court.
terminology. But, to me, I think it's a terminology thing. I know that when you say marriage, the opposite of marriage or to get out of a marriage, the typical word we use is divorce. I get that part. I think that what he's, I'm not trying to put words in my mouth. I think what he's alluding to is, hey, if she wants to get away from you, she don't have to necessarily adhere to those church laws or what do you call the ecclesiastic marriages and stuff like that. She don't have to abide by that. She could just simply just separate herself, change her whole belief system up, and if you act a fool and act like, well, you're not going to get anything, she can actually go to the family courts and get what she deserves. Because she then can say, Hey, I was a squatter. Hey, yo, I had mail coming into play. We was in a relationship at this amount of time. She can actually sue for that shit if she can prove
Yeah.
that she lived there.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying here, but
Yeah.
what I'm saying is saying this is it would be like saying my doctor could give me some shit that's actually gonna kill me and not heal me. Like they could do that, right? My doctor when they put me under for surgery could just like end my everything. Like they could do that, and I get it. That's a possibility. But that's not saying that marriage itself is a problem. That's just saying people not being committed is a problem. And I agree here. People shouldn't get married if they're not ready for a lifelong commitment, because that's what marriage
True.
is.
Okay, I'm with you on that. I don't think he was arguing about the, and I think he opened up with that. He did say that marriages at one time, and which is true. We all seen the numbers where people are more married than they are now. But I think he's debating from the premise that when you look at the data and statistics, it shows clearly that there is no reason for a man to get married because the divorce rates are higher than the marital rates. Why do it? Not the fact that the idea of marriage is bad or wrong. He's not arguing from that. He's talking about the climate, the culture that produces the divorce. And that is not going to go in the favor of a man, period. And I don't know how people didn't get that point. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Yeah.
Was what
So
it was.
I think this materialism in America is what breeds I guess culture for divorce. But earlier you had mentioned like we're not in that time period anymore where people are like gonna follow rules because of God. But still today, 63% of Americans identify as Christian, right? So like I don't think we're like so far off from this culture that you as much as you think, right?
You don't think we far off?
No, I think it would be possible to inspire the culture to come back closer to God and have like the nuclear family be valued again.
And how we gonna go about doing that?
Well, things like this, right? Whenever I hear people saying that marriage is a waste, right? I'll come and present the opposite side, and hopefully, that inspires the culture to make the changes. Because that's the power we have right now is our voice.
Mm-hmm. So so you saying that through social, so you take the position of Andrew Wilson that social pressure is what's going to get these women to turn back to their traditional values or the traditional nature or whatever you want to
Yeah, so I would say that we need like a massive propaganda campaign, right? Like, so we need to start seeing, mothers and fathers valued on the TV, in the music, in the papers. Like, these are the type of things that need to be valued and put on pedestal. Materialism has been put on pedestal for the last like 50 years now, it seems. It's gone downhill, right? Family is the thing that built what we stand on today. It's the foundation of America, and we need that back. And we just
Now, I don't think I would disagree with you on that. That's not even the premise. I'm basically with Coach on this. We're talking about the right now, though. Like, all of that is history. That's something that you and I, personally, I don't know how old you are, but I'm 46. I didn't live through what we was hoping to get back to, right? We didn't live. I know I personally didn't live through that.
right.
So, and like he said, when you really look at it, it's just a snapshot of maybe 15, 20 years at best on what marriage could be. Well, after that point, these Christian values wasn't as strong as we thought they was because the feminist movement ran your values away. Do you agree with the feminist movement actually ran your values away? You don't think so?
I would say, yeah, I wouldn't say it completely ran the values away, but I do agree that like the feminist movement is a big a big reason that society has been influenced the way it has gone, right? Feminism is a poison ideology for society. I agree with you
Okay.
there. But again, when you say like, well, that was only a snapshot in history, that's not true though, right? Like that, it's like 2,000 years of history of marriage. So like, you're only looking at what we have for recorded history, right? And like that's fair. I understand that's a fair assessment to take because that's what we have recorded. But the thing is, if you see that that's what marriage can be, and you see what it is today, clearly there's something going wrong today, right? And we need to change the things
I
that are
think
wrong
what's
today. And
wrong
I think like
is the
telling
social
men,
media. It's the social media.
well, yeah, for sure, social media is a big problem. But
That's the
it
head of the
also
snake, to
it's
be
like a
honest with you.
double-edged sword with social media, right? Because there's a lot of good for it that comes from it, but there's a lot of bad that comes from it too. And it's
I think the bad
relationships
outweighs
take
the
a
good.
big toll. You think the
Yeah,
bad
the bad
outweighs the
outweighs
good?
the good. Yeah.
I used to say this too, but I don't think so, because like we've
Okay.
just like opened up so many different opportunities because of the internet and social medias.
And what's the good?
Like so, like for instance, I met my wife through social media, right? So like that would be a
Okay.
positive of
Okay.
social media, that I was able to meet somebody that wasn't in my direct
So you
vicinity.
slid in the
that
DMs, basically.
kind of sure, you could say that.
Okay.
Yeah, you could say that. But like I was able
Yeah, I
to
think
meet
that's
someone
good.
that wasn't
Yeah,
in my
good.
direct vicinity, right? And it's that's a positive, right? I'm able to build. I was able to build my business through social media, so
Yeah.
like this is a positive. But
No
again,
materialism now. No
it's a
materialism. Stand on that. Stand on that. Stand on the
Pardon?
materialism. No materialism now. You said the materialism. You kind of said that in a negative way. So I don't want you to say materialism is a good thing now. All of a sudden, building a business is materialism, right? You get
well,
material
not
from business.
necessarily. It would depend what the point of building my business was. If I was building a business just so I could like buy stuff for myself to look cool or whatever, that would be different. But like
okay,
my
I got
business is strictly to support my family, so it's not materialism. It's making sure my family can eat.
I would definitely agree with you all the way that of the good, and I'm in, concede that point. As far as business online, I think is a great tool, but I think the pushback would be when I say that it's been bad and that the bad outweighs the good. I think majority of the people that's online are going to look at their social media before they go to any financial app.
Yeah,
And
that's true. And like
Yeah,
people
and
waking up
yeah.
in the morning, first thing they do
Exactly.
is look at their social media. Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah, of course, it becomes addiction to a lot of people. I agree with you. That's horrible. But like, even if we were to say, oh, it's gonna take like 15 years if we try to start inspiring the culture now. It'll take like 15 years to get the majority of the culture this way. And this may be the case. This may be the case. But I'm okay with planting seeds for trees that I'll never get the fruit of. I want to make sure that like this society doesn't go completely to shit before I'm gone, right? For my kids and their kids and the next, like right now what we're doing is we're destroying society for the next generations, right? We've just completely gone degenerate mode. And like I think it's dangerous to tell men that a lifelong commitment is not worth it.
Okay. So you think that, and which, I'm not, when you do speak of these things like that, I'm not opposed to that. I want to be clear on the record. I think when you make those type of points, I'm in agreement with you. I just think that you pouring that great information in the wrong container. I think this country has gone so far down the shithole to where I don't even think religion or or any of that is going to work because let's face it, I would put America, when I'm talking about buildings, I'm talking about the people that practices, I will put us up against anybody in the world as far as religion. I think we're some of the most religious people in the world, but the results are way less than what is being propagated, man. And I'm saying this as a 20. I've been dealing with this since 90. Well, I ain't gonna say 99. I would say around about 2022. I mean 2002. All right, I've been dealing with religion for quite a while. 23 years of my life. I'm 46. I've seen so much more hypocrisy than I've seen good examples, and that's been, illuminated on social media more so than these good examples. And again, going back to the good point that you were saying that the good outweighs the bad. I think that those bad examples, people are gonna follow bad examples way quicker than they would good examples. So that's why I'm saying I'm doubtful that these people are gonna just turn the table as fast as people hoping that they would do. They're not gonna change that as fast as we want them to, because they have been living this particular type of way for such a long time. And so that's like putting pants on an elephant, as I heard Elijah Muhammad say one time. You're not gonna fit them leggings on that elephant.
So when you say, when you say that it won't be a short time, I do think that's you're kind of looking at it in a smaller frame than it actually is. 15 years compared to like the history of humans. That's a small time. That's a really small, finite space. Involvement? When you talk, that's the thing. You're only talking about your 100 years that you get to be here, right? So like, if we're lucky, right? We get about 100 years if we're lucky. So like that's still a small time compared to like all of time. And what the problem is, as we're like talking this out, you see like, first off, state interference, the state being involved is a problem. Unfair family courts, they heavily favor the women, right? There's financial incentives to split, just like you're mentioning, they can divorce and leave. There's the culture is decayed with this materialism, the hookup culture, and there's a lack of the spiritual grounding. That's the problem. This is why Andrew mentions he doesn't give a shit about secular marriage, because when it's secular marriage, you take away one of the main things of marriage is that commitment to God. That's what makes it a sacrament. That's what makes it actually mean something, not just a contract that you have with the state. So that's why he mentions that.
So let me get this straight. So the Catholics, and I know that Andrew, he tried to differentiate himself from the regular Catholics to this whatever he called it.
Yeah, because he's Orthodox Christian, and like Catholicism is pretty close, but they still got some things wrong.
It's still 33% though. That's still, if this is a sound doctrine, then you will have a much lower percentage. I'm not of the bandwagon and say, hey, it needs to be 0%. I'm not that dumb. I'm saying that it needs to be lower than that 33%. If we're talking about the impact in the Word of God, it should definitely be lower than 33%. Don't you agree with that?
Well, I would like it to be lower than 33%, but humans are unpredictable, right? So like it's
True.
There's going to be people that do things that are completely egregious. It wouldn't matter if it's God telling them not to or the state telling them not to, right? And that 33%, like he was saying that wrong, right? It was it was of the 33%.
No, he read it from the Google. He read it from the read it from the Google though, right?
Yeah, but
what I saw, he read it from the Google.
It starts with the 17% and then goes down to say of the 33%. So like he kind of jumps the gun there when he goes right to the 33% and he didn't read the starting of it.
I see what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So how do the people that have this better way of keeping marriages together, how are they going to convey that message over the world? Or let's just, not the world, let's just stick with America. How are they going to get the people to change that?
Well, again, I would say we definitely need the propaganda campaign through like
The
music,
positive
movie.
propaganda.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, propaganda. I know it has a negative connotation, but I just mean to like promote families, mothers and fathers through music, all forms of entertainment. This is a big way that propaganda has always been pushed. As you see right
Okay.
now, rap music, they talk about a bunch of gang shit, and what you see in the youth, a bunch of gang shit happening, right? It's a way to influence the youth. So we need to stop promoting OnlyFans, stop all this degenerate promotion, and promote families again. That's what needs to be
Okay.
done. And then when it comes to divorce, no fault divorce needs to be abolished. It absolutely needs to be abolished. Having this system that's meant to be a lifelong commitment that you can walk away with just because you thought the eye color was a different color today, like, you know what I mean? That's not a stable system, right? You can't even you can't even go get a lease for an apartment and just leave with no repercussions. You can't even do that, but they're going to allow you to make a lifelong commitment to another human being and just leave it. That's a problem. And that's what feminism has done to our society.
I
And
think the bigger problem is not secular people, right? I don't think it's the secular people. I think it's the people that profess to be Christians, as you claim. You said was what 63% of the American public is Christians,
yeah,
right?
63% identifies
Yeah,
as
so that's the
Christian.
majority, right? Yeah. So why the marital race is so low out of that 63%? Check.
Well, again, I would say
That's the
that
work.
it's yeah,
Yeah.
I would say that it is secular though that has the reasoning because like so when it comes to like your morals, okay?
Hmm.
Secular people just have morals based off their preferences. Whatever just feels good is good. And
Those are
that's a
Christians that's
problem.
doing that. Yeah, those are Christians that's doing that.
No, that's not true
That's
though.
oh, hold on. 63% of the people in this country is Christian.
Yeah,
Now
they
I asked you,
identify as Christian. They
okay,
identify as
it
Christian.
don't
That's
matter.
different than
Identify, I
saying
got
they are
baptized, did the
Christian.
foot washing, don't really matter. My point is this: they are Christian, and that alone is where most of this debaucherous behavior or secularism that you're talking about is coming from. That crowd. Okay, they're the main ones rapping. They're the main ones that talking about killing, selling dope, all that. Okay,
No, see
they
that like
doing it.
okay, that's identifying as Christian. If you identify as Christian and then you start like and you're like murdering people every night, that you're not a Christian. You know what I mean? So
Well,
like
that's how
people
Christianity started, though. You don't agree with that?
wait, what?
The Christianity that we know of today, that's how it started with the Crusades.
No.
Check.
The Crusades were a response to the Islam's decimating Christians.
But they were Christians, though, right?
Yeah, but they were
And
fighting
weren't they?
back. They
Okay,
weren't just like mercilessly killing people. They were fighting back
okay,
and protecting Christian villages.
okay. So it's not one, not that. That wasn't the only fight they was about. They was actually to spread Christianity, right? The Queen says to go and civilize those savages, and they went into certain parts of the world. We ain't gotta mention them. Think you know the history too. And if those people were not Christians, that they put that Christianity on those people by force. Are you gonna give me revisionist history?
So I'm trying to figure out. So you're not talking about the Crusades. You're talking about um, people colonizing societies. That's what you're.
So Constantine was not a Christian.
Well, I didn't say that, but you said the Queen just now. I thought you said.
Yeah, but she that was later on. But I'm saying Constantine furthered that agenda, or he started the agenda. Then the queens, they was the ones that was sanctioning this stuff. So what I'm saying is Christianity Didn't start out with this benevolent and loving God and all of this other stuff. These people were killers to establish Christianity, just like Islam.
Yeah, no,
I
it's
know the
not
history.
though, because
Yeah.
it's not though, because in Islam they're taught that they actually want to enforce Sharia law on the world, where Christianity is taught to love and spread the word of Christ. Like the
Okay.
Crusades was a self-defense against Islam trying to annihilate Christianity.
Okay.
Like they wanted to make sure that Christianity didn't spread, right?
Okay.
And this has been
Okay.
the history of Christianity, right? Like
Right.
all the apostles were brutally murdered for being Christians. They would take Christians
Right.
out into the middle of the street and murder their whole family. Like it
Mhm.
was bad, right? Christians were persecuted and still to this day are. Look
I'm
at
not denying
every
that. I'm talking
other
about there's
religion.
yeah, but I'm saying I'm not denying that. I'm not saying
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
wrong. I'm saying that it may have started that may have been the premise of why they became a crusade, but that agenda wasn't the only agenda. They even brought that here to America, man. If those people did not, if the so-called 5 civilized tribes here in America did not accept Christianity, they could not be recognized as those 5 civilized tribes. Those people were annihilated because they didn't accept Christianity. The people here were not Christians.
Do you honestly like that's your view of history, that it was like all like civilized and built here in America and we just like murdered a bunch of people and took it over?
I'm saying in order for people to establish these civilization, it didn't come through peace treaties. It came through the act
course.
of war.
Yeah, and
Okay,
I
that's
agree
all
with
I'm
you
saying.
here. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah,
Every
exactly.
society,
Yeah.
every society that we know today.
There you go.
That's how
And
it
they did it
started.
under the name. They did it under the name of Christianity.
Sure, there's people that claim to be Christian and they used the Bible as an excuse for slavery too. I'm not
Absolutely.
arguing against that. Those aren't real Christians though.
Absolutely.
I don't accept those as Christians. That's not
Absolutely.
following Christ by slaving
Yeah,
people.
in hoc signu vinces. In Latin, it means in this sign we conquer. And you know what the sign is, right?
Yeah, no, I understand that. There's definitely
All right,
been
thank you.
people who claim to be Christians that were pieces of shit. I
No, they
agree with
were
you.
Christians. You can't pick. You can't cherry pick on say who was a Christian.
No, yes, I can.
No, you're cherry picking because.
Well, let me ask you something.
You want? Okay, go ahead.
If I said I was a Lakers fan, never watched a Lakers game in my life, don't know who's on the team, don't even know the colors they have on their logo, don't know the logo, never had a piece of merch in my life, would you
You're a
accept that I'm a
bandwagoner.
Lakers
You're a
fan?
bandwagoner. You're a bandwagoner.
Thank you. And that's what they
Okay.
are. Those
But
people
it
are
don't mean you ain't a
bandwagoners.
fan.
They're not
Yeah,
they're not
it could be
Christians.
temporary. It's temporary. It's a temporary fan. Check.
No, they're not Christians.
they
Those
are temporary.
No, they're not. Even
Yeah.
you wouldn't say that I was a temporary Laker fan. You would say I'm a wannabe. I'm a
No.
poser. That's what you would say. Just like I say about
Okay.
them. That's
So
a poser.
the people today are the real Christians.
Well, not everybody of today. I would say that the people who follow Christ are the real Christians, and I would say that
Okay.
you have the strongest in the Orthodox Christians. Like Catholics are obviously, they
A pure form.
they would be the next, but they still got things wrong, right? So like Catholicism agrees with Orthodoxy. Orthodoxy doesn't agree with Catholicism. You understand? So like the church that has the apostolic succession that leads back to the apostles themselves is the Orthodox Church, and that's why
Oh,
like
okay.
I would say these are true Christians. Yeah.
Now, watch this though. I'm gonna show you. You may be right with the people that was starting that crusade up and all of that, because they was being persecuted. And I'm not gonna disagree, because when you look at the Persians and you look at even, I don't know why you omitted this part, but did not Rome go into Egypt first and to learn from the Egyptians? Alexander, the Alexandrian library, like, didn't he not go in there and learn from those people? And then
Wait,
they
did
helped
who?
that man,
Sorry, did who?
Alexander.
Did Alexander go to Egypt to learn?
Yeah. Religion. Philosophy.
Yeah, but what's your...
My point is, once he got what he could out of that, he then came back and invaded Egypt and desecrated those people's temples and created a whole new symbol.
Wait, you're
It went
saying
from
that
Mhm.
Alexander the Great went to Egypt
Yeah.
first?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He went to Egypt and learned from those Egyptian priests. They taught him religion, and then he took it back to Europe, Rome, and then
You're,
the
you're
Greeks.
skipping the whole first part of his... Like, he
Wait, I ain't talking about his first. I ain't talking about his first. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about with the time when he went to Egypt.
Okay,
That's
but that's
right
at the
there.
end, right? He started
It
in,
don't matter if it was
in
the
what
end or
is
the
Turkey
first.
today. Then he went to Syria. Then he went to Gaza or Phoenicia, whatever it's
Did
called.
he have religion?
And then goes to Egypt.
Did he have
Right?
religion? Did he have religion when he went to Turkey?
And then founded Alexandria or whatever it was called.
Well, the Alexandria Library is because he learned from the Egyptian priests. He didn't have religion. They gave him religion, and they created Christianity from out of Egypt.
Wait, what?
The first Christians was in Egypt, my guy. I mean, the Biblios is kind of telling you that. I mean, everybody, all your prophets went to Egypt. I mean, you gonna bake me on that?
So you're saying because they went to Egypt, that's where Christianity comes from?
Absolutely, because he taught him religion. It gave him a spiritual system.
Okay. So when...
We can say the 13th dynasty, the 8th dynasty. I don't know the sultans that was. I forgot all this stuff, but I'm telling you the basics of it all. That when you talk about the Crusades and all of that, they first of all started off by going into Alexander, where Christianity started. Technically, they didn't go in there being peaceful when they wanted to reestablish or actually establish Christianity. They went in there by force. Okay, that's what they did. So what I'm saying is, all this religious dogma that we have right now, as far as even the idea of marriage and all this monogamy shit, all that shit came from Europe. It came from Europe.
Can you tell me the year of Alexander the Great?
Man, I'm about to go into all my receipts, man. I don't have to go. I don't feel like going into all of that.
Was it before or after Jesus Christ was born?
That's the whole discrepancy too, because I don't even want to get into that can of worms with you, right?
Well,
and the reason why I'm gonna
this
say
is
that,
the whole thing. How could?
Okay.
Do you know what being a Christian is?
I guess you want to say crystallizing to the oneness of Christ, or a
follower of Christ. Follower of
Okay.
Christ.
All right,
Jesus
so-
Christ.
So
So
you want to go that route?
How could somebody that is apparently born 300 years later, how did Alexander the Great follow him?
Hold on.
confused.
Wait a minute. You see, you're not gonna trick me up with them shenanigans, all right? And this is what I'm telling you. The so-called Old and New Testament, that stuff that you saying, right? It all was published in 1 year, to be honest with you. So I don't
The
understand
Old Testament?
the Old and New Testament stuff. All was published in 1 year. Okay.
Yeah, but if
The same year.
Christianity didn't exist, how was Alexander the Great taught
Listen what I'm
Christianity?
saying. That Old Testament, right? They started on that first in the Council of Nice. Okay? They started with that first. That was Alexander and the boys. Okay? They established that first, and then they started to add on to that shit as it kept going, as years passed along. That Jesus figure you talking about, that's a 500-year-old character. Because there was no J's in Hebrew. Check. So you're gonna debate me on that too, right?
Well, we're kind of going all over the place here, but I'm
Okay.
still stuck on how did Alexander the Great get taught Christianity if Jesus wasn't even
Not the form of Christianity.
Christianity isn't a movement, I guess you could
Not
to
the
call
form of
it.
Christianity that you're talking about today. That's
Yeah,
not the
but
Christianity. That's not what I'm
wait,
talking
wait.
about.
There is no other. Wait a minute. A Christian means follower of Jesus Christ. This came after Jesus' death and resurrection. This is 300 years after Alexander the Great. How is this possible? Can you explain that to me?
Jesus didn't even call himself a Christian. What are you talking about, man?
He didn't follow himself. Of course he didn't call himself a Christian. A Christian is someone who follows Jesus.
Who gave you? Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Where did it come from?
Wait,
Where
where did what come from?
Where did Christian come from?
What is a follower of Christ?
No, who came up with the term Christian?
Wait, what?
Man, come on. You're
Who
smart,
came
man.
up
Come
with
on, man.
with Christianity? I just said that Jesus.
Not Christianity. That's the religion. We talking about the name Christian. Who came up with that term, that name?
Oh, it comes from the followers of Jesus.
It wasn't Paul.
The disciples
wasn't
were
Paul.
they
It
were
wasn't
called
Paul.
Christians. Yeah.
Oh,
Like
okay.
the Bible doesn't like specifically tell you who coined the term Christian, right?
Okay, so that was man-made, right? So you took the name of what a man gave you, right? I understand.
Christian just literally means follower of Christ. It's from the Greek meaning Messiah or anointed one.
I got you. But now let's get back to this.
And
marriage.
actually, they used to use it mockingly at first. Christian was used as a mocking thing at first, right? Because they used to make fun of people that followed a man that was crucified.
All right, let's get back on this marriage, though. So the prescriptions of marriage, right, come from Christianity. The marriage prescriptions that we know of today, it come from Christian values, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so when y'all had it, or when America had its peak in marriage rates, and we both agreed that feminism killed that out, right?
Yeah, I would say that feminism is a huge contribution to nuclear families and family values in general going down. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so why was the church doctrine? Why was it not overriding the propaganda of feminism? Why was it not overriding that? Why didn't it stop that propaganda?
You know where they started? You know where they started? In the churches. They started making their way into the churches and affecting those places first because they knew that's how they could demoralize society. There's a great Russian KGB guy that was like a KGB defector back in the 40s, had an interview and talked about exactly what's happened to America. It's a demoralization of the country and get everybody addicted to electronics and materialistic things, and that way the country's weak because there's no unity amongst everybody anymore. Before, we used to have a unity. We all believed in God and we shared that belief. Not all, but most people believed in God and shared that belief. That's why America, it was founded on every man was created equal in by God. So like the whole idea of America is that we are all equal under God's eyes. And that's been taken away, and that's why America seems to be failing at the moment.
Yeah, so I was rocking with Coach Greg Adams on this other point about the there is no God in marriage. And what he was alluding to was, and I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, he can explain himself better than I can, but I guess what I'm saying from what I got out of that is that it's easy for people to say that God put them together, but it was really easy for the devil to destroy it. So why was the devil exerting more power than a God put together marriage? Why is the devil winning so much in all these religions, to be honest with you?
Because the devil doesn't love you, and the devil's willing to do anything, even affect your free will if he can, where God doesn't do this. God loves you too much to force you to love him. So that's what it is. It's our free will. And it would actually be like, it would be not good if we were forced to believe in God.
Oh, okay. So you saying that
The devil's willing to
because
break the
he
rules. God has a nature
why
that
God don't
he
punish the
doesn't.
devil? Why he don't punish the devil, man?
He did. He's banished. What do
When?
you mean?
You saying
He's
banished
banished.
from
He
what?
doesn't get to. He doesn't get to live in eternity, with God.
Well, he's in his comfort zone, right? You don't agree with that?
No.
You said the devil ain't you don't
I
think
believe
he's
even people who think, like even people who believe they like doing bad shit. Like I used to be a complete degenerate. Okay, are you looking at me? I'm all tattooed up. I was a complete degenerate. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I used to believe I was really happy when I was just running around fucking a bunch of chicks and fucking I was selling drugs. I thought I was really happy at those times. I
You had a lot
realize
of
now
wives.
I
Yeah.
wasn't. I was not a happy person, right? Like I
Yeah, you was a
realize that
polygamist
now.
at one time. Yeah, I feel
Yeah, exactly. That's like that's you know what I'm saying? So like I
Yeah.
realized that we believe we're happy in those moments, but we're not truly happy.
Yeah, but so again, so you saying that because God, I mean the devil, he's being deceptive and all of that, and that's the reason why he's winning. That's your
Because
answer to the reason why
the
he's winning?
devil, there's a great quote. The devil knows the Bible better than you. That's
Oh,
that's
okay.
real.
Okay,
Devil knows
okay.
God better than you do. So you gotta
Okay.
be careful, right? You're gonna be in a
Okay.
constant battle. There's a part of the Bible where Jesus is on the hill talking with the devil, and the devil says, "Oh, if you do this, this will happen." And then Jesus says, "No, it was written that it goes like this." And the whole
Yeah.
point of this back and forth is to show that you are constantly going to be tested, especially on scripture as a Christian. So you better be ready for it. Because the path of a Christian
Oh,
is narrow
man.
and straight. It's not this like, oh, you can kind of do this, but kind of it's very, you know what I mean? It's a hard path to stay on. So you're constantly going to be challenged, especially by temptations.
Right. And so you say you have free will to be tempted or accept the temptation,
Right.
right? Oh, okay. So if it's free will, then do free will come with consequences?
Yep.
Oh, so but then free then. You gotta pay a price. Check.
Well, no, that's not what free will means. Free will doesn't mean free of consequences. It means you're
The
able
reason
to
why I
make
said
a
that, let me tell you
choice
let me tell you the
regardless
reason why I
of
said
these
that.
consequences. Like, so
Let me tell
you
you the
can
reason
still
why I
make that
said that.
choice.
Let me tell you the reason why I said that, because people will tell you all day, I've been covered by the blood of Jesus. All my imperfections, all my mistakes, I will be forgiven for it, right?
Well,
But yet they still gonna be judged for it.
yeah, they shouldn't just say they're gonna be forgiven. Like, I don't like, you can't really.
I've heard it.
That's
I
a
mean, they
big.
tell you,
I get
he
it,
washed my
but
sins
that's a
clean.
big
You know what I
claim.
mean? He died
That's
for
a big
my
claim.
sins.
I
Right?
do
No, it's in the
I do
Bible, right?
believe
He
I'm
died
gonna
for
go
your
to
sins.
heaven. I do believe that, but I don't know for sure. I can't say that for sure because I'm not God. Only God gets to
So
choose
you would
that.
really be free of consequences if he paid it all for you. Check.
No, that doesn't mean you're free of consequences. That means
What
the
I mean, what's the point of dying for your sins if you're gonna still be held accountable? I don't understand that.
yeah. So when he says when it means to equal the payment of sin. So
Yeah.
it's not meaning that all of a sudden we don't have sin. You understand?
Yeah, I'm trying to follow it. You know, I'm really trying to follow, because they still being judged for it.
Yeah, because it's not only about like it's not about only breaking rules, right? That's like that's not the only
Hmm.
thing sin is. Like, sin is a separation of God. It's a condition of the self. All right? So like
Okay.
what Jesus's payment did is his death satisfies the penalty for sin, right? So like the punishment for sin is death or separation from God. All right? By
Okay.
dying,
Okay.
Jesus redeems us, making forgiveness possible. It It doesn't
Oh,
force
okay.
forgiveness. It just makes it possible because
It
Jesus
makes
died
it possible.
for our
It ain't a
sins.
certainty. It's
It
not a
was
certainty. It's not a certainty.
right, right.
It's possible.
It's like a debt, right? Sin is like a debt, and Jesus pays it, but you have to accept the payment
He didn't really
to
pay
benefit
it.
from it. You have to
You
accept
repeat
the
that last part.
payment. You have to accept
Okay.
that part. You have
gotta
to accept
repeat
that
okay.
payment to
So you
benefit
accept
from
the
said
payment. You
payment.
accept the payment, and when you accept the payment, then what's the point of being judged for the payment that you accepted?
Well, because your tendency to sin is still going to remain until your final restoration,
payment
like
back?
your final day here.
Okay, you gotta pay the payment
you
back.
still have the fallen nature of man, right? Salvation isn't only like this instant thing. Like you can be like, oh, I believe in Jesus Christ, and then it's instant, right? It's a process. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Faith, repentance, living as close to Christ-like as you can. We're being healed over time. It's not like this instant thing that happens. You know what I'm trying to say? Right now, if you think of it like this, you're drowning in debt. Jesus comes and pays off your debt. Now you're legally free from that debt. But you still need to change your life and behavior, or else you're going to get into that debt again. That's what we're talking
Okay,
about.
so let
here.
me let me ask you this, and it's based off this question of Alicia. Hey, thank you feedback, Alicia. Appreciate that. So if it's a grapist and a deletist, all right, I'm just using these phrases. I think you know what I'm talking about if you just read the comment.
Yeah.
So if these people say, before they, take their last breath, they can say, hey, I confess that the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ is my Redeemer, and this, in order to get into heaven, right? Will he be forgiven by God?
If he's
He or
truly
she?
repenting, if he's truly honestly repenting, I believe yes, he could. But
Okay,
God
so-
knows, right? You can't like trick God. That doesn't happen, right? Your thoughts in your head isn't in your head only. God's hearing that too. So you can't trick
Right.
God into saying, I want to, oh, actually, no, you can't do that, right? You have to actually repent. You have to actually put in the work. Faith without works is dead. So the works part matters.
Right.
Because, like,
got
again,
you.
I
I
could
got
go
you.
around
So-
and tell you all day that I believe the Lord and Savior is my, or Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. And then I could get off here and go beat up some kid in the park for no reason. Like, that wouldn't be
So-
very Christian-like. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's
Yeah,
not
so
only
you
about the
saying-
faith.
Are you saying that marriage is can you be forgiven for divorce, or not marriage?
Yeah,
Can you be forgiven for
there
divorce?
is grounds for divorce, of course. Yeah, like, so it's like, for instance, if one of them cheats, it says literally in the Bible that this is a reason for divorce, right? I would again, if someone feels like the other person's like completely checked out, fucked off, or maybe they just like maybe even start hitting one of the other, yeah, you would take this to the church and you would they would separate you two. Yeah, they're not, God doesn't want people to be abused. Right? So like,
Well, he did
yeah,
some abusing.
there's definitely
though, right?
grounds.
You don't think he did some abusing? You don't think God did any abusing people?
No. I think
Well,
it's a
you know he said
misconception
he
of what
regretted-
people
You think he
read
said,
in
you
the
know, he
Bible.
said he regretted making man, right?
That God regretted me, man.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
No, he said he regretted making man. You can type that in if you want. God regretted
Yeah.
making
The
man.
Lord regretted that He had made man on the earth, and it grieved Him to His heart. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
That
so-
happens right before what? What
So
happens
he made a
there?
mistake. So God made a mistake.
Nope.
But what's regret then?
God doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't
What
lack
is a regret?
foreknowledge.
What is a regret? I didn't write the Bible. What is a regret?
Yeah, so yeah, it's indicates a relational sorrow, right? Like, so he's grieving over human sin. It's not a mistake in his creation. He's grieving that
How would it
the
not be?
humans have rebelled
How would it not be
against
if we're not perfect? How would it not be if we have a wobble in our nature?
Sorry?
Why would it not be Why would it not be if we are imperfect if he didn't make a mistake?
Yeah, again, it's not a mistake. We are created exactly how we're
Okay.
supposed to be. God gets pained by human. It's like a child of, if you have a child and they rebel against you, that gives you a pain. Like, oh shit, man. Like, why don't they?
But wouldn't he?
Like, wanna-
But wouldn't he not know that though? Since he's all knowing, he would know that, right? But before he even
would
created,
know-
you, he knew
he
you
would
was
know
gonna,
that-
you was gonna rebel.
Well, okay, so this is another misconception. So when you say he knows they were going to rebel, you're thinking of it as a seeing into the future type of thing. But God
Yeah.
sits outside of time. So as God knows it, it's happening, right? So God doesn't
So he's
know it
allowing these
because
people
it's
to get
going
divorced?
to happen. Wait, God doesn't know it because it's going to happen. God knows it because it's happened for him already. You understand? So he's outside of time. It would be impossible for him to be inside of time plus created time. That doesn't make sense, right? That's not logical.
Exactly.
Right. So
Right.
like he's
Yeah.
outside of time. So that means he's the beginning and the end. Anything that's happened, it's already happened for him. All of
Well,
this,
when
this
you say for him,
conversation
what do
we're
you mean?
having,
For
every
him,
word we're
yeah.
gonna say, he
Right.
knows it because it has happened already for him. Time doesn't work the same it does for a human. Same with regret. Regret isn't the way we regret things. It's a grieving. That's what it means when God regrets. You got to remember too, in Hebrew we didn't have as many words for each individual thing. So the word regret, the word that was for regret, also meant repent too. So they had to use the same word for regret as repent. This is why transliteration comes. It makes things tricky sometimes because you have to translate words that have multiple meanings. The word for slave
you
in the
trust
Bible
that. You
has
trust
multiple
that.
meanings.
So you trust that?
Yeah, I do.
Transliterations.
Yeah, the translations and transliterations. Yeah, of course,
So-
because
so-
there's
so
a
who's the one
certain
doing-
technique to it, right? Like we can only have languages in a certain type of way. That's why we understand that animals don't create languages, right? Because to create a language, there's a certain structure for it. That's why we're able to transliterate these things. Yeah.
So with all this transliteration and translation, you don't think that you think it's still pure? And when it comes from the ideals and the mind of a man? Because you know they still redoing Bibles now, right? You got several different versions of it.
Yeah,
So who's
yeah,
to
but
say
the
which
core
one
message
the-
is all the same, right? You've never seen the core message change in any of those Bibles. Jesus
Right,
Christ
so-
comes, pays for our sins, resurrects, and then Christianity prevails. This is the same core message in all of them. I'll agree that there's a bunch of different versions, and the wording is different in some of them. But there's no contradictions, and the core message is in the same.
You don't
is the
think there's no
same.
contradictions in the Bible, man?
No. I think you'll be able to point out things that seem like a contradiction, but I'll be able to demonstrate to you that they're not.
Now that's going to be based off your understanding.
Yeah, because I've went to people who have the apostolic succession for certain interpretations that are like we can't just get ourselves. Plus, I have a big thing with like context. So like I always tell everyone, if you're gonna read scripture, make sure you read 16 before it and 16 after it.
So
that
when we
you
talk
can
about
actually-
when we talk about the crucifixion of Jesus, we need to get the context of it, and it don't mean literal, right?
No, Jesus literally died. Yeah. What do you mean?
No, we gotta have a context. So that's what I'm saying. You cherry pick on what you want to have context and when you want to say it's literal. And the Bible actually tell you that some is decisive and some is allegory. So the allegory is left up to the man that is imperfect, by the way, and that we're not supposed to trust. It's left up to him to interpret what he reads. But the Bible also says you should not lean on your own understanding. To me, that's a contradiction. Because you
Okay.
don't have a choice. You don't have a choice but to lean on your own understanding when you're told to comprehend what you read. To me, it's just a whole. That's why we in the mess we in now. Because people are arguing over this one book, and you say, "Well, God is the author of confusion." Well, He is the author of the Bible, and there's many people arguing over the Bible. He's the gist of it. He ain't came down and just made a definitive, Everybody stop, pause. You know what I'm saying? This is God, and we all would know his voice according to what the scriptures say. We would definitely say, yo, this is God. Everybody got to be quiet. Humble yourself. Get on one knee. All that other shit. And then he would give us all clear instructions. But yet, we have yet to see it. So we all are left with interpreting some stuff that really none of us could say that we're right, because you've got many other versions of the Bible. That demonstrates what we're doing. And that's being divisive. We're dividing up the religions. Hey, Christianity, they have how many denominations? About 12 or 1,500?
No, it's not that many. It's actually not.
Oh,
that many.
okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
Let's
what
look.
they do is they'll count like a Latter Day Saints church in America, and then one in Ethiopia, and they'll count those as two different denominations when it's the same church. So like, that's a gross misconception. I'm not saying there isn't multiple, but it's not that many. You know what I mean?
You know what killed me about religion, though, man? You got more religions, and you got one devil. You know, that's kind of weird. You got multiple gods, different names, right? But you got one. All those religions got the same devil, man.
No, not really. Actually, if you look at Islam, the person that they describe as their Mahdi, their savior that's coming down, it's the exact description that the Bible describes as the Antichrist. So like they look at demons as
wrong.
No, that's not wrong.
No, I was in Islam for 18 years. Now you're not gonna tell me that part.
Okay, so if you were in Islam for 18 years, what's the rules of marriage? Go ahead.
Listen. No.
What's the rules of marriage in Islam?
No, we're gonna get to the rules of marriage in just a minute.
Yeah, what is it?
The Mahdi. Hold on. I don't believe in this shit, but I'm gonna tell you what it was when I was in it. The Mahdi is the same as Christ to them. All right, the coming of Christ to them, the Islam folks.
Yeah,
Buddha,
it represents that Christ is coming back. I know this. I understand, but do you see how he's described?
No. They call it a different name, just like Buddha. All these religious people have a savior's complex. Every one of them looking for somebody to come back. That's the common denominator.
See, Islam says Jesus is coming back too. So you're wrong.
Absolutely. But hold on. They all say it.
Yeah, but
they prescribe him
what is described as the Antichrist coming.
They give him a different name.
Of course, I get it.
Everybody got an Antichrist.
I understand they give it a different name, but
you know what an Antichrist is?
What?
You know what the Antichrist is? That means someone that's opposed against the coming of that one that everybody is seeking. Check. If you're anti means against. So if all these religions is accepting this idea that, yo, somebody's coming to give us a better life in the hereafter or the afterlife or heaven, it all denotes the same shit. It's just a different term, different name. I done been through this already. And if you're opposed to that, you are an anti-Mahdi, anti-Messiah, anti-Christ. It's the same shit. They all doing the same work.
Okay.
Let's get back to marriage, though.
Well, yeah, and just to be quick too about the thing when you're saying, because you're saying these are scriptures written by man, right? And this is why I talked about apostolic succession in the Bible. It says in John, it says, "For I've given the words, and they have received them. They know with certainty that I came from you, and they have believed that you sent me." Right? This is talking about when Jesus, before Jesus, after the resurrection, he reveals the full teachings and word of God to his apostles. And then that's why the correct interpretations are there by man. But it's men that were given the full truth by God himself.
Or was it from the hands of man?
Well, I mean, I choose to believe the word of Christ, but I mean, I can understand.
Who wrote the Jesus story?
The Jesus story?
Yeah, who wrote it?
Well, there's the Bible's many different books, right?
That's true. And since you mentioned that, it brings me to my point, and that's why I'm asking you this question.
Mm-hmm.
So you do agree, and the scholars agree with me, and I hope you do, that the first 5 books of the Bible was written by who?
Wait, sorry, what?
The first 5 books of the Bible in the Old Testament. Who wrote those first 5 books?
The first 5. That's you're talking. So like Genesis, Leviticus, or Exodus,
Leviticus,
Numbers, Deuteronomy.
Numbers. Yeah. Who wrote those books?
It's Moses under divine inspiration.
Okay, so he wrote Genesis.
Pardon?
Yeah, that was a hell of a question.
What'd
You
you
weren't
ask?
expecting that? Would I asked Moses? I told you.
Yeah,
that Moses,
you asked the same question twice. You
Yeah,
asked
yeah.
who wrote the first
I asked-
books,
Yeah,
and then you
who
asked
wrote
about
Genesis?
the first book again.
Yeah. Who wrote Genesis? Moses.
Yeah, that's the view that there is some people that suggest it was multiple authors over time, but yeah,
Now we
Moses
making
is
shit up
recognized
now.
as the author.
Yeah, come on, don't add nothing now. Don't add it now. We know that Moses wrote the first 5 books, right? That's
Yeah,
the
that's
consensus.
yeah.
Okay, cool. So, and what book was Moses born in?
That's in
Ooh.
I think Deuteronomy. No,
I think he was probably born in I think it was Exodus.
I'll look this one up. I can't remember this one.
Yeah, Moses goddamn was born in Exodus, right? Or Deuteronomy.
Yeah, Exodus. Yeah, it's his birth was
okay.
recorded in the book of Exodus. Yep.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so Moses was not born in Genesis to write in the beginning.
Why does he have to be? Why would he have to be born in Genesis to write about it? I
How
can
you
write
know all-
right now. I can write right now about Abraham Lincoln, and I wasn't
It
alive
would be
during
called
his
a
time.
biography. It would be a autobiography at that point. And
Yeah,
it don't mean that it's true, because you could add.
Doesn't mean
and-
it's
and
not
sug-
true though either, right?
Right. Well, you can add perception once you write about something that you may not be living. How you gonna say in the first day this was done, the second day this was done, and you was born in Exodus, which by the
Because
way could have been
it
been
was under
600 years
divine
after the fact.
inspiration. Yeah, but it was under divine inspiration. So he had this from God, right?
Okay. There are many gods. A lot of people say they know God, but how you know that?
Well, this is okay. So this right here. I'll give you that it's a fair criticism to say, like, how do we know it was inspired by God? I would say you would have to put the word of God to the test, right? And that's like it's kind of the same conversation I was having with someone yesterday. Is that like that's part of knowledge of God is participation. It's not only just knowing and reading things; it's participation in it as well.
Let me say this though. How he know he was floating down the damn Nile River in a bushel basket as a baby? How he know that?
He could have been
Somebody
told.
tell him that? Yeah, he was
Yeah,
told
he could have
that.
been told. Yeah, his parents that picked him up could have said, "Yeah,
So
we
he
found
wrote
you
about
floating down the
900
river."
years. He also wrote 900 years of what's that guy name that lived 900 years? What's his name? I ain't that biblically sound. Somebody that lived 900 years in the Bible. You know what I mean?
Well, we all used
he
to.
wrote about
we
his-
all used to never
Yeah.
die. That was the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So he wrote about his life too.
Yeah. It's 969 years that it's.
Yeah.
but then you have like Adam lived 930, Noah lived 950,
Yeah,
Seth lived
yeah,
912.
exactly.
Yeah,
And
but
so
those occurred
he
before the
died.
flood. That's all
So
before
he
the
actually
flood.
exactly. So then he
He
died
used to
in
live longer.
Exodus. He died in Exodus, and he wrote the remaining chapters of Exodus, Numbers, right? Leviticus. He wrote all them extra books after the death. So where was the inspiration in death?
Oh, well, why couldn't have he wrote these before he died though? I'm missing that part.
That means those people were not even born if he was able to write about Malachi and all them folks, man. How you gonna write about them people when he's dead? Are they characters at that point? You know what a script is, right? A scripture, a chore, or a script. It's a play.
So when somebody's writing, how do you know that like his death wasn't given to him in like a like it was told, like he revealed Moses' death to him that made him be able to write about it in a prophetic way, right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
because like he records his death, like, so Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in Moab. That's what you're referring to. But the
Yeah,
text
yeah, I
itself
know that,
notes
yeah.
that no one knows his burial place.
I'm gonna say this, and that's a good point too. I don't really want to go down that foxhole, but let's just stay right here real quick. Um, I would say I don't know how the fuck he did it. I would say this though. Um, it goes to my point that was written by the hands of man, and it wasn't Moses. That's the point that I'm making. And it goes
Okay.
back to the earlier point about when they created Christianity in the Council of Nicaea. They created, because they was all storytellers, they was all playwriters, Shakespeare. They all wrote this shit in theory.
Yeah,
It
and
don't
like
mean literal. You know what I'm saying?
there's modern like academics that think like the account of Moses' death may have been added later by an editor and stuff like that. I get why you're thinking what you think, right? But you
Yeah,
got to
just like it
remember
was no such thing as Jesus too.
there's
You know what I mean?
divine inspiration involved here. So like it's not just like a man writing the first book. It's a man under God's guidance writing those first books, right?
But what man? It ain't. We've already deleted Moses out the picture, and you sort of kind of went on board with me on that. You kind of saw my point on that. So
No,
I'm
yeah, like
leading
I
you
see
to
why you can
yeah.
like you can see it that way, but like that's somebody looking at it in a way that doesn't believe in the divine. And I'm saying like Moses writing the first 5 books under God's guidance, even including his own death, that would make sense that God would reveal a future event to Moses so that he could write the record correctly, right? Because like the God, the Holy Spirit, it's not limited by time, right? So like
Yeah.
I was saying, God already sees what's happening over here later in time because God's
So
outside of it.
so with that being said, and I ain't gonna, that's your belief, and I ain't gonna, mock you or nothing like that for your belief. So with that being
All right, man,
said,
it's okay.
that
I hear it all the
that
time.
can actually be applied even to today. Why, like is that the reason why we have a different versions of the Bible? Are you saying God using those same people like he did with Moses? Or is that what you're saying?
No, I think I think there's definitely been perversions of Christianity all over the place. Like you'll see like churches flying rainbow flags. That's clearly talked against in the Bible. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, there's plenty of Protestant Christians that I wouldn't consider them Christians. Yeah.
Okay. I like talking with you, man. You know what I mean? You ain't on these blow ups, get mad, you know what I mean? Man, you're going to hell and all that shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. But yeah, we kind of got off the subject, but I enjoyed the subject, you know what I mean? Because I was heavily involved with these type of discussions. I'm a little rusty, so excuse me about that. But yeah, man, I think that that there's a lot of conundrum in this conversation as far as like I just posed to you on who we should trust, whether it's the hands of man or whether it is that divine inspiration that you were saying. I think that you can't separate the two. We're gonna run with that part. Um, I think man is the one who created the idea of God. That's my point of view. I don't think God created man. I think man created the idea of God. And the reason why I say that is because every ethnicity, every culture has their own view or idea of what God is, and every one of them think that they're right about their idea of God. So, and they all depict him in these different forms and shapes, and then of course, they can go to the narrative that God could be anything. Okay, fine, I see it, right? People use incense and say that's God, okay, but no one really knows. It's just like nobody knows the beginning. Nobody would never know the end. And so we're really just spinning in circles with the conversation and confusing ourselves. You know what I'm saying? I try to stay with the basics and reality. That's why I was kind of I'm rocking with Coach Greg Adams with that point, because that's the only thing you can control. You can't control the life or the death shit. You didn't have control of how you got here, and you ain't gonna have control on how you leave here, right? So I think that it's okay to be spiritual, but some of this is too far-fetched to believe. You know what I mean? It's just like you say, well, the devil is this, the devil is that. Hell, I don't even believe in this hook-nosed, pantyhose wearing red man under the ground in the core of the earth, and it's supposed to be 10 times hotter than the sun. Hell is supposed to be, and we ain't burned to a damn crisp. My question is there a hell on Mars? Is they reading the scriptures? You know what I'm saying? What we doing? That's
Yeah,
where I'm
so
at with it.
I don't so hell, it wouldn't be a physical like place of burning lava and everything like it's some people describe it, right? Like hell is just the absence of God, right? So like it would be the absence of things like love and goodness and stuff like that, right? So like it's not necessarily like this torture chamber that a lot of people like envision when they think of hell. That's because there's a part in the Bible that when somebody's describing hell, they use this description as a way to describe the type of agony you're gonna feel in hell, rather than the physical meaning for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like
I'm
with,
listening
like,
to you, bro. I'm messing with Shell in the chat. She love them
No
Niners. I love
worries.
the Niners, of course. You know what I mean? Yeah. Shout out to the Niner gang. You feel me? We out here. But go ahead, bro.
That's
Rock
what's
out.
up. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, like so, one thing I would maybe pose to here is like, so would you say that like something like truth, morality, these things need some type of foundation, or otherwise they're just like preferences, right?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say it's preference. I think it's needed. Some of us prefer to do certain moral things. And some people choose or prefer to do immoral things. And so I'm of what the cartoon was depicting of the angel and the devil and all that. I just think that that's just the mind of the human. The human mind think this way. Now, evil, bad, all that shit is I wouldn't say I would say small bad things. You know what I mean? Not this outright bad stuff like incest or murder and stuff like that. I would say we all agree, regardless of our persuasions, we all agree that's not right. You know what I mean? Even the animals display, if you try to attack their loved ones, they're gonna get at you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think that comes with our hard drive. You know what I mean? I think that's how we wired. We want what's best, but what skews all of this good stuff that's in us, and what makes us easy inclined towards evil, evil is very I think it's very interesting. Not saying I want to do evil, you know what I'm saying? But it's just like somebody telling you don't do this, don't do that. You know, some humans' minds work like, yo, I'm gonna try it anyway. I want to see what the consequences about, and they'll
So
try it.
evil is just, it's like darkness, right? Like darkness is just the absence
Yeah,
of
yeah,
light,
yeah,
and that's
yeah,
what
yeah,
evil is. Evil is the
yeah. I
absence
got
of good.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you correcting me on that because like evil is when you have no conscience about what you're doing, you have no remorse for what you did, and so you're in a state of darkness and there's no really no reversing that course. I get that part and that's true. I think what I'm saying is like if you cheat on your wife, for example, some people say that's evil.
Yeah, I would say it's sinful. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so is there a difference? Is there a difference between evil and I mean a sin and abomination?
Difference between sin and abomination.
Yes.
Um, how would I
Come
explain
on,
that?
bruh.
So
Come
like,
on, man.
I'm trying to like give you the explanation here, right? So like, there's something that's like, so when you're talking about abomination, that's like exceptionally like wicked
Okay.
and
Yeah.
vile.
Yes.
You know what
Yes.
I mean?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And like
Yes.
a sin is just like, you know, a lie, even a little white lie is a sin, right? It could
Yeah.
even be
Yeah.
defined as a thought.
Okay.
Could be
All
a
right.
sin.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. We own it. We own it. We own it. Okay. I just wanted to see, you know, because you know some of these Christians, again, they all in the same pot. They just got different little, you know, twists and turns on their belief. Some of them say that that skittle behavior is just a sin. They don't look at that as an abomination.
Uh, the action or the so what
The
will
action.
what okay, so the action is abomination for sure, but
Yeah.
like wanting, like a guy that wants to have sex with a guy, that's sinful.
That's an abomination.
W-
The
no,
Bible says you should be put.
if they actually go through with it, that's an abomination.
The Bible said if a man lust upon another man as a woman, he should be put to, you know.
I don't think it says lust. I think it's
If a
lay
man,
with a man.
no, he said if he lusts in his heart for another man as he would a woman, he shall be put to. Man, hey, you got the typewriter. You know what I'm saying? I'm in traffic in Chicago, so you know I can't really type like that. What
Yeah,
it
I'm
say?
just bringing it up just because I want to make sure.
I ain't too far off now. I'm rusty as hell. I ain't too far off. If a man
Yeah,
lusts upon a,
yeah, you shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It's an abomination. Yeah.
it
It's
said
talking about
lust too.
actually sleeping. No, lie. It says you shall not lie with a male.
Let me look at the one that said
And
lust.
then
You said
Paul
you,
writes that men and women exchange natural, yeah, men who practice homosexuality among those who will not inherit the kingdom of God. Homosexual acts are included in a list of behavior contrary to God's law. So it's talking about the acts of homosexuality, right? Obviously, the thought of it would also be sinful, but the act itself is definitely an abomination. Yeah.
hey, hold on just a minute. I'm gonna get that scripture for you because I don't want
Okay.
to say
Yeah.
the word. Okay, I'm gonna put myself on mute real
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah. No worries. No worries. And then like one thing, while you're doing that, I would say like when we talk about like knowing it's true, the reason I brought up like truth, morality, these types of things, like if these are real, right, and not just like a concept, that means there has to be a reason for these things, right? And then when you look at um like if there's no like purpose or truth or any of these things, all of that just means truth becomes a subjective thing. Morality just becomes our preferences. Meaning becomes an illusion. Like without the foundation, which is God, all of these things become meaningless, and like we get trapped in this like illogical circle. We need a foundation. There's no such thing as like infinite contingency. It would be impossible.
I'm gonna get back with you on that part. You at this point, you're right about that when you say the word lie. So yeah, I want to give you your props on that one.
Word.
As of now, but I'm sure I saw it said if you lust upon them.
That is sinful.
of-
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. 100%.
Okay. All right. So listen, I can show you some stuff in the Bible. I know you're gonna get up. I ain't gonna say you're gonna get upset, but you gonna want to debate me. I got some receipt for your ass, man.
I've probably heard them too. Like maybe one of them you'll bring up is like, why did God command them to slay the Amalekites and take out every man, woman, and children?
Well, I don't know much about that one, but I do know that he killed a man for spilling his seed on the ground. We call it pull-out game today. Check. Yeah, I'm just saying. Killed him for it. You feel me?
Oh shit!
And then the crazy part about it is he told or instructed the man to go into his brother's wife. The brother was disobedient, you know what I mean? And he killed him. And then he turned around and said, now go into your brother's wife, which he forced him to commit adultery. And then dude said, forget it, man. I'm going to try to obey. Got him a couple pumps in. Of course, I'm just putting my opinion on it. Couple little pumps in. He pulls out, spilled it on the ground. God knock him off.
Yeah. So the reason.
No, you can't explain it away, man. I'd have already
That's
listen.
funny.
My brother is a pastor. Been a pastor
Nice.
for about 10, 15 years. My dad is a deacon. Been a deacon for 40 years at least, 50. I debate them cats all the time. I ain't debated them in a while, but I've already then hit them with some stuff, and of course, they gonna shuffle out of it. They gonna give me context. You gotta read 3 verses or 5 verses, or 10 verses ahead. So that's why I hit you earlier. Like, well, damn. Why don't you just say that the crucifixion? We could do the same thing with the crucifixion. Then it ain't necessarily literal, because I can show you where Jesus was hung on a tree versus a cross.
So okay, that's a different one that I'd be able to address that one too. But just to go back to what you were talking about, the spilling the seed, you understand it's not just because he busted a nut on the ground, right? It's because like in that situation, his older brother dies, right? So
no, he was killed. No, don't do that. He was killed. God killed Onan's brother.
How?
Go read it up. You say context. The context tells you. You can read, like, I think it's like 2 verses before that particular verse. I think it was 2 verses before that. Before he spilled the seed and all of that. Before he told him or instructed him to go into his brother's wife, it was like a couple verses before that, and it tells you there where he, you know, what he did.
Yeah, so it says that God executed judgment. Doesn't say that he like immediately kills him, or if it was like
You play
an indirect thing, right? No,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if you go just based off the words, right? It just says God
Yeah.
executed judgment. Doesn't give you any
And
like,
what is that?
specifics. So
What
it
do
could
you
have
mean?
meant that when he was done living his life, when he died of natural causes, he didn't get to go to heaven.
He
That's
didn't say that.
exactly
It didn't say
what that
none of
could
that.
mean.
It didn't say that.
No, it just says God
We know what
executed judgment, though. It doesn't
know
say
what
he
judgment
kills
means,
him
man.
instantly.
Yeah,
It
we
says
know what
God
judgment
executed judgment, then goes on to say that Onan dies, and then he leaves
what version
behind
is
a
it?
widow,
means.
right?
What version of the Bible is this?
Sorry?
Which version of which translation you going by? The New King
It would
James?
be the King James, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So he executed judgment on him.
Yeah.
It could be a curse. It could be.
Yeah, so,
okay,
like,
I got you.
I'm not saying God didn't didn't kill him. I'm saying he executed judgment, and it could have been by a means of like a long shitty life. We don't actually know but like I'm not denying that it says because what he did was wicked to the Lord, right? So
Who did something wicked to the Lord?
Onan.
Okay, so okay, let's
So
just
then
use
when
that today.
Onan dies,
Mhm.
right, he leaves behind a wife, and in the what's the fucking word? The levirate marriage custom, or the custom
The
at the
Leviticus-
time here was that the brother would have took care of the brother's wife and continued his brother's line by having children with the brother's wife, right? So then Onan decides to spill his seed on the ground, right? So disobedience to God's commands, selfishness because he didn't want to raise any children, rejection of life
Did he
by
have- did he have
instead of
kids of
putting
his
his
own?
seed in the woman, he puts it on the floor, so he's rejecting life, and he's deceitful.
Yeah.
He acts dishonest and refused any responsibility. That was what his
Okay.
sin was. It wasn't just busting
Okay,
a
let
nut
me-
on the ground.
Okay, cool. Let's run with that, and let's say that was just a story for us to learn not to pull out. Let's run with that.
Yeah,
Can
not
we
to
run with
reject
that?
life.
Okay, so
So
cool.
it would be
So
also a
we can-
story that's telling these women that are
About
getting
abortion.
abortions not to do
yeah,
that
okay.
either.
No problem, no problem. Do you think they all should be executed? Or
The
we
women
all
that are
should be
getting
executed?
abortions?
No, I'm talking about guys pulling out. Even you. Think you should
Oh
be
no,
executed for
I
it?
don't think they should be executed. But
Okay, that's what happened. He
Yeah,
had a
but-
judgment put on him for that. You want to be judged
Yeah,
for pulling
well-
out?
we don't get to do the judgments of God.
I'm saying, do you want God to judge you based off of that, pulling out?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want him to, but I don't think men should do that. I think men should try to have as many kids as they can.
Right. You know, yeah, man. I just thought that was a little extreme. You know what I mean? That story is a little extreme. You know what I mean? Just my opinion of it. But yeah, we could talk
Yeah,
about
I
him
think
making
it's just
people eat-
because of like
Yeah.
what we're looking at it. It's again, he's going directly against the custom of the time and directly against God's orders. So like that's what it was. Like if God came directly to me and gave me orders, and then I said, yes, screw off. Like, I think I would deserve the judgment he gave me after that, you know?
Well, none of us will be here if that's the case.
Maybe,
Right.
but again, I don't think, again, we don't know, so his death could have been immediate, but I choose to believe that I don't think it would have been immediate. I think he was executing judgment on him, as in when he died, he didn't get to go and spend eternal life in heaven.
Well, I you know, for busting on the ground, I don't know. It's gonna be a lot of us ain't gonna make it, man. You know what I'm saying? We gonna get eternal life for that, right?
Well,
We done did it. It ain't just one time. Now we didn't get like one scripture wrote on us because of that. We all did it multiple times. I mean, some of us do it on people's faces, you know, and hair, and you know, some of them swallow it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? I ain't trying to get too vulgar. I'm just saying that if we're gonna be judged off of this, and a lot of us are different religions, but you know, some of us are Muslims, Christians, Hindus. We are some savages, man, in our behaviors, bro. I don't think
Oh, yeah.
none of us would make it.
you're right. We are. There's a lot of savages, and I, for all we know, a lot of people don't make it. Right? Like I don't. We can't really guarantee salvation for anyone. Only God can do that. But
Okay, so let me shoot this to you. So, all right. So if the people are doing this inside of marriages, even some people, you know, they going through the back door, right? They doing all this stuff. You people do none of that stuff, right? So they doing it inside of marriages. You telling me that them people are going to get favor than a man that's out here single. You know what I mean? Doing gymnastics with, like, what would be the difference? They all going, you know?
No, I would say that the only difference is like the single guy has multiple women, the married guy is with one.
But Abraham had multiple women. Solomon had multiple women. Moses had multiple women. I mean, God didn't condemn them. So you
Did he?
saying God don't
He
change?
didn't?
And he didn't change. He didn't do nothing to him. I mean, we all gonna die if you're gonna base it off of that. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that is the penalty of sin, right? That we die now.
Yeah, that's what
Um,
people say. You know, he was a sinner. And
yeah,
he had
so
to die. Yeah.
In that situation, like if you talk about Abraham, David, Solomon, you understand that tolerating it in a certain place is different than prescribing it, right?
You said prescribing it. Prescribing the act.
Yeah, so like like prescribing the act. So like he permitted polygamy in those cases. He allowed it, but he didn't prescribe it, right? Like so Abraham and Sarah, they can't have children. So it leads to Agar being given to Abraham, right? So they can
Right, I agree.
produce children, right? So it was a
Right.
cultural and pragmatic solution. It wasn't a divine endorsement, the multiple wives, right? That wasn't like God endorsing this, right? This
So
was
who was
just what-
talking?
yeah.
So who was talking in Isaiah 4:1? If that wasn't a prescription from God?
In Isaiah 4:1.
Yeah, the one that 7 women to 1 man thing. You know what I mean, and all that, right? And that day, that wasn't a prescription from God. Like you said that earlier, though.
Yeah, but if you have to read the whole thing because it's talking about a prophetic, like that section is prophetic about judgment and the aftermath of it, right? So like it's describing a time when like war and societal collapse has left men scarce, right? And women are all vulnerable. So like the 7 women to 1 man, it's an image to reflect the desperation and imbalance, right?
You don't
It's
think
not
that's
like
now?
saying that's
You don't
God's
think that's now?
ideal.
You don't think that's now?
I do believe there is a desperation and balance happening for sure, and God is the answer to that. That's what I've been.
So how he gonna give us how is he gonna personally give us the prescription when the prescription was already written in Isaiah? That's why it said in that day. It didn't specify the day. You trying to make me think that it was talking about at that specific time. No, it said in that day. That's just a vague, just an open invitation.
But how is it said? In that day, 7 women shall take hold of 1 man, saying, "We will eat our own food and wear our own clothes. Only let us be called by your name. Take away our
His
disgrace."
name, the man's name, the man's
Right,
name. Which
right.
means they'll be married to him.
Or is it
Check.
saying that women are going to be in such desperation that many women will flock to 1 man just to have his name? Just so they don't have
No,
to be
it
an
didn't say that.
unmarried woman.
No, it didn't say that. It didn't say that, bro. Don't
Yes,
add on
it
to
says,
now.
let us be called.
It's,
We will eat our own food. We will wear our own clothes. That means we're not going to take any of your resources. We just want your name so we're not looked at as a fucking whore in society. That's what
well,
it is.
you could. I can see why would you think that, and it could be saying that. However, though, I can also argue on the other side of it and say that whatever the man brings into the house, it would be considered theirs. Or
No,
their
because they
own.
only want his name. They only want his name.
I'm just saying, it's 2 sides of the coin. It don't have to be one side.
Look, this is this is prophetic. Look what's happening with
I
Elon
got
Musk. Look what's happening with Elon Musk.
What's prophetic? What does prophetic mean?
7 women to
What's to
1
come?
man. Oh, like
What's to
prophetic,
come?
like it's future. It's a
Exactly.
prophecy. Yeah.
What could be now?
Yeah, like I just said, but it's describing the scarcity of men. And right
It is a
now, we
scarcity.
do
It
have a
is.
scarcity of real
Exactly.
fucking men.
And
You
you hear
got
the women
dudes
crying
that think
saying
they're
it ain't no
girls.
exactly, and that's what I'm telling you. And that they're crying out saying even the straight man ain't real men. So there's a scarcity. So we agree. My point
Yes,
is
and I'm
they're
saying
going to
that
be.
these women are
Hmm.
so desperate right now that they're willing to have children by some rich dude that'll never see them just so they can have the name. Do you understand? It's
What? Yeah,
describing
they're going
the
to be. Yeah,
desperation of women.
yeah. I'm not
Yes.
debating you on that. Yeah, I ain't
Yeah,
debating you on
so
that. You're right. You're right.
it's
Yeah.
not saying go take on 7 women and be their be their
No, you're
husband.
gonna
It's
have to take on. You're gonna have to because of the time, the desperation, the
It
climate.
doesn't say one man will take hold of 7 women. It says 7 women will take hold of one man, saying, "We will
It
eat
don't
our
matter how you
own
slice it.
food." And where?
They,
Yes, it does. It does actually matter because the one
it
man
don't. It
isn't
don't matter how
committing to
you
7
slice it.
women.
It don't
7
matter how
women
you
are willing
slice
to
it.
commit to one man. There is a
Yeah.
difference
It
there.
it, it,
There is
it
a
don't matter how
difference.
you splice it. Yeah, it could be a difference. But what I'm saying is, it don't matter how you splice it. The action says that there is gonna be. Okay.
It says that this is what's going to happen. Doesn't say go get 7 wives. That's not what it
I'm
says.
not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that
But it
the
does. But
situation.
it does describe one man and one woman in the Bible many times. See, what you're doing here too
According to
is
who? Oh,
you're
hold on, hold on,
reading
hold on, hold on.
into
I
this
can't let you glaze.
scripture, but the
I can't
other
let you glaze.
scriptures, you said the
I can't.
context.
I can't let you glaze over that. You're gonna name me the couple. It ain't many couples that you could point to that said it was a monogamous relationship. You
Wait,
talking about New Testament?
wait. Just because it doesn't talk
Because of
about
what?
many monogamous couples doesn't mean that's
Oh
not the
man.
prescription.
Oh man. Check. Now, while you at it, I want you to also look at the first chapter of Matthew,
You
and it
understand that
describes.
it's a
Hold
historical,
on. Wait a
like the
minute. I got
Bible,
you.
it's a historical
I got you. Yeah, that's
collection,
true.
right?
That's true. Yeah, we went
Yeah.
over that already. Well, what I'm saying is, if you look at the first book of Matthew, the lineage or the generations of Jesus Christ, he came by the way of polygamous. Check. David wasn't a
Jesus?
polygamist. Yeah. David didn't come through the. Go look at the
Who's
first chapter of
who's
Matthew.
Jesus'
Go.
father?
Go look at go look at the generations of Jesus Christ. First book of Matthew. Look it up now.
Jesus is God. What do you
No, no, no,
what do you
no, no,
mean?
no, no, no. He never claimed that. Don't do that. So
Yes, he did.
go, and he never said I'm God. He never said that.
Well, he
He
never said the exact words "I am God."
okay.
But
Why you adding on to it?
okay, so
That's
wait,
your
wait,
that's
wait,
your
wait,
opinion
wait.
of it.
If I say
Let's
to
go
you,
back to
"I'm
the polygamy,
soaked"
bro.
or "I'm wet," am I saying the same thing?
Yeah, you saying the same thing, but you damn
Right, so
sure
you can
wet.
say things differently and it means the same thing. And John, Jesus says, "Truly,
He done
truly, I
filibuster.
say to you,
He done
before
filibuster.
Abraham was,
Yep.
I am." Do you know what I
Yeah, I
am
got you.
means?
Yeah.
I am who I am. This is God's self-revelation to Moses in
So
Exodus,
God died.
right?
So God died.
I and the Father are one.
So God died.
Yeah, God came and died as a human. Yes, God limited himself
And what
to
was the world
human.
doing once he died if he controlled everything, bro? How did it happen?
Well,
But you got off my point because
his
you ran away from
humanity
what I was
died.
talking about. Yeah, you ran away from my point about the polygamy. You don't want to look at that first chapter of Matthew, right? Because the first chapter of Matthew tells you the generations. What do generations mean? Means genes, right? So his lineage came from David. You're not gonna get away from that. And I could show you that he had another granddaddy by way of Mary.
Okay. You talk. Okay.
Huh?
We'll
You
go
don't want
to
to go
this.
there.
So in
Uh-huh.
Matthew 1, when it chases Jesus' lineage from Abraham to Joseph, it emphasizes his Jewish identity, right, and fulfillment
Is that
of God's
physical? Is that
promise to
physical? Is that
Israel.
physical? Is that
Wait,
physical? Is it physical?
what
Is it physical?
is what physical?
his Jewish lineage. What is a lineage?
Yes.
Is it spiritual or physical?
It would be both, actually, if you want to be technical.
Well, I could roll with that,
Right?
but let's stick
it
with the
would
point.
be a there
we
would be
gonna
a
get to that
physical
part.
aspect, right?
We're gonna get to
Because
that
it would
part.
be talking about like the genealogy would have mattered for like tribal membership or like inheritance,
Okay. So
right? Or things
he
like
came
that, right?
through a physical lineage
Well,
through sperm.
no,
Oh my gosh.
right? Because God promises a covenant that it was written on their hearts, right? A spiritual identity. What is the Jewish identity? That's why there's a
Amen.
spiritual aspect to it too.
We ain't
That's
got
what
to
I'm
that
trying to
part. We're
say.
trying to establish the physicality first. I'm not denying the spiritual part. I'm talking about the physical part. Don't run from that part.
Yeah, I'm
Did
not.
he not have
There's a physical component,
lineage?
right?
Yes. Yes.
Right? Descendant from Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and
Yeah.
and then what comes? What did Jewish people do to newborn boys?
Come from Isaac. They come from the lineage of Isaac.
What did Jewish people do to newborn boys?
They circumcised themselves and
That's
all that. I
right.
get all that.
That's
I get all
right.
that. I
There's
get
the
all that.
physical
circumcision of the
aspect,
heart
sir.
and all that.
There's
I
the
get all
physical
that.
aspect, sir. You
I
understand?
get all that. But what I'm saying is he was born like you and I, and you've already admitted to that. So what I'm telling you is he had a daddy. And that second granddaddy he had came from Joseph. It was Joseph's folks. Okay?
So you
Mary, I'm
believe
sorry,
that Mary
Mary-
wasn't a virgin? Is that what you're saying? You believe
No,
Mary
I'm
wasn't
not
a
saying
virgin?
that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
You
she
have
got
to be
pregnant
if
with
you're
Jesus.
saying that he has a father.
Wait. Let me tell you. She ended up getting pregnant. She had a hymen broken by Joseph. That's what I'm saying. Because you really
Yeah, so
don't
you
believe
think
that.
that she had a
A natural birth, natural conception, all that.
yeah, you think
Yeah.
she wasn't a virgin, yeah.
And Jesus came out as a special kid with the Spirit
Okay,
of God.
well,
That's
that's
what I
just-
believe.
Denying what the Bible says. I get it. That's
Yeah, but the Spirit came upon her though, right?
the what?
The Spirit came upon Mary and she was with child, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what spirit gonna come upon a woman and give her a physical? Wait a minute, you ain't gonna let me. You gotta let me cook. You gotta let me cook. You gotta let me cook. Wait a minute, I got you. Hold tight. Pump the brakes. What spirit gonna climb up on a woman, upon her, right, and give her a physical lineage? Explain that, man.
So when you say you're thinking up on,
Yeah.
right? That's two separate words. Upon her doesn't mean up on her. You understand that, right?
Upon
doesn't mean on top of her.
Oh,
That's two
yeah, it
different
could be
words.
many
Upon
things.
and on top of. That's
I got
two different
upon her. I got upon her. I could get up in her face, right? I walked upon her, right? Upon her, however you want to put it. The Spirit ain't gonna put no seed in nobody that's physical. You saying God got sperm?
Upon doesn't mean up on, right? Upon it has a different meaning than
Let me ask you
up
something.
on.
What spirit do you have when you get up on a woman, man?
See, you just said it. Up on a woman. That's
Yeah,
a different word than
And
upon.
Mary was a woman. Mary was a woman, and some spirit got upon her, right?
Upon.
Yeah. There you go. You coming around to it. You get there.
No,
I'm gonna fix
it's
you.
just-
I'm gonna fix you up. I got you. What spirit
No,
do you
it's just
get up on
using the-
when you go?
It's just
Huh?
using the word incorrectly, right? Like it's. It means so. Sure, you could technically use it in a on sense, but you understand that it usually means like something like immediately after or concerning or something like that. Like it's not up on.
Yeah. Okay, we can roll with that. So, how did she get the physical lineage in her body, bro? The lineage
How
that
did she
came
get
by
the
way of David. Yeah, the lineage that came by way of David, Abraham, which was all polygamous. How did it do that? How did she get their DNA in them, in her?
No. That's not what's happening.
What you mean? He didn't have the seed of. He wasn't the seed of David, bro. That's what the scripture says. You gonna take that out of the scripture?
No.
He was the seed of David. You saying he wasn't the seed of David in the spirit of God? He was the son of God by spirit. You denying that now?
Who's the lineage coming from? When
It
it's
came
from
from
David,
David.
right? Yeah. Who's
Abraham.
who
Yeah,
descended
Abraham.
from David? Who
Yeah,
descended
Abraham
from
and all them.
David?
Who descended from David?
Yes.
It don't matter. He came from that lineage. You filibustering.
His mother! His mother! Mary
don't-
comes from David! So of course
Okay,
he has
okay.
his mother's DNA!
She didn't come from. Okay, I'm gonna cut you real quick.
Wait,
I'll see
what?
where you're gonna have to explain this one.
Yeah, Luke 3.
Talking about the other granddaddy, right?
Yeah, David. Mary is a descendant of
Nah,
David.
He ain't on that. He ain't on that. Let me tell you about the other granddaddy.
Yeah, Joseph provides a legal line from David. Not
Well, what was the point? What was the point of her hiding her pregnancy? Because
She
you
was
know
a
Joseph
virgin.
was married. Yeah, but Joseph was married.
Joseph was with Mary, yes. What?
No, but he was married to another woman because Jesus got brothers and sisters, right? Check.
So that means Joseph was
Oh.
married to another woman?
Well, hold on. You see, Mary had how many kids?
One.
Okay, so how you get brothers and sisters? There your
Do you
polygamy
think they're-
is right
do
there.
you think they're
There's
blood
your polygamy.
brothers? Is that your...
Yeah. They could be spiritual. I know that how you're gonna twist it, but what I'm saying is, yeah, like he had. I think Judas was one of his brothers, right? One Judas' brother. But
Yeah,
I ain't
so-
talking about a disciple. Yeah, I'm talking about it was his brother.
Yeah, so you understand this wouldn't be his full siblings, though, because Mary remains a virgin her whole life in the Bible.
Now you know you don't believe that,
Of course I
and
believe that.
I'm going to test you now. So, if a girl came to you and said that she's a virgin, but she still had a kid, would you believe her today?
Would I believe a woman that said she was a virgin and got pregnant?
Yeah, and she's still a virgin after she conceived. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I mean, like, it'd be a hard thing to believe, so no, probably not.
So
right?
what would be the difference if God can do the same thing in the Bible? It's almost like all these things you explain. He only did it in the Bible. He can't do it right now in reality.
Oh, I'm not saying he
You know what
can't
I
do it, but wait a minute. A girl could get pregnant without having sex right now.
Yeah,
She could go take a condom out of a garbage that has some dude's shit in it. And
Yeah,
fucking,
I get that's cute. That's cute of you. That's cute of you. But you're right.
It's reality.
Technically.
She could do
Okay,
that.
so it didn't happen to Mary that way though. That's the point. You know what I'm saying? It didn't happen. A condom wasn't going on with Mary.
Yeah, no. God is the one
Yeah.
who put the child in Mary.
So why he need Mary to make a kid when he made a man from out of clay?
Mary was exceptionally pure.
Oh man.
Yeah. She was pure,
I feel
and that's
you.
why she was chosen to be the father, or I mean the mother, sorry, of God.
Man, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. You kind of reacted the way I thought you would act. You wouldn't believe it in today's time, but you absolutely believe it 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, well, it
And
would.
you
it
wouldn't
would, it
even.
would
And
be.
you wouldn't even.
I wouldn't
you know?
believe it right away, for sure. I wouldn't just like, oh, yeah, okay, like I wouldn't believe it
Do
right
you
away,
think?
but
Do you think the courts would believe it?
probably not.
Why is that?
Well, because how we know people get pregnant is by sex, usually, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that's
like,
common sense.
It makes sense, sure, but We're not talking about like everyday humans here. We're talking about Jesus Christ.
So God, so what he did was just blinked his eyes and the seed got in her stomach. He didn't have like
Oh,
a slong. He didn't have a slong and penetrated her. He just blinked his eyes and then she was pregnant. Or a
I mean,
spirit came
I don't know
upon
if he
her
just
and then she
blinked
just
his eyes.
yeah, or the spirit came upon her
I don't
and then
think
she
God
just
has
got
eyes.
pregnant.
I don't think it's
Well, he
eyes
do.
like
He
yours.
see everything.
Not
How
in the
he see?
sense,
How he see?
not in the sense you're thinking of. Not eyes like we have,
We're gonna
right?
allegory it now. We're gonna do the allegory now. Okay, okay.
Well, yeah, because like God isn't a physical thing.
So how the hell you made in his image then?
Well, that wouldn't be only
How you made in the
physical.
image of something you? Yeah, how you gonna be made in the image of something you can't see, man?
Yeah, so when it's talking about image, it's not speaking strictly about what we look like, right? Like
Damn.
you agree that it can be when we say the word image, right? It can mean like
Are you a child of God,
relational,
man? Are you a child of God, man?
morally.
Are
What?
you a child of God? Are you a child of God?
A child of God? Yeah, we all are.
Okay, why the hell Jesus ain't your brother? Based
Jesus
off your
is God.
logic.
Jesus is God.
So Jesus. Oh no, man.
Yeah. And like he does say
Hold
it
on, man.
many times in the Bible.
He said he don't do nothing of himself. Jesus himself said, "I have
Right.
did nothing of myself."
It'd be hard to do things if you are of the
Oh
same
man.
if you are of the same being of something, it would be hard to do it without them, yeah.
So how you get 3 into 1 though? Mathematically, how you do that?
I can give you a couple
When there
different
is no God,
analogies
when
to
there is
help you
no
out.
God, he's a jealous God. That means he would have to be jealous of the other 2 entities, right?
Yeah, jealous is used differently too, but when you
Oh
say how do you
man.
get 3 in 1, look at H2O, right? Water. All right, you can have liquid, the water. You can have ice, the cubes, right? The solid form, or you could have the
Okay.
steam, the gas form.
Okay.
All
All
3
right.
of those are different, right? The gas is not the solid's not the liquid, and the liquid is not the gas, but they're all H2O, aren't they?
And they
3
all
in
turn
1.
into water. Okay. All right.
You
I
can
got
be a
you.
father, you can be a brother, and you could be an uncle. That's 3 in 1. See
How's that
that?
applicable to God though? He
3
ain't none of those
persons,
things.
1 being. Are
I
you
know,
the
but
same?
he's
Do
none.
you act the same as a father as you do when you like go out to the club and you're
How
like
is
the party
Jesus?
guy?
How is God a son, man? How is he a son? That means he's inferior.
So the Father, the Son, Holy Spirit is a hierarchical. Um,
Hierarchical. That
um,
means that in the rank, one come before
basically,
the
yeah.
other.
So like the Son
So
and
that
the
means they're
Holy,
not equal.
the Son
Somebody
and the
is
Holy
superior.
Spirit exceed through the Father. Like so, the Father would be the main source, right? But like
Yeah.
so, like without there being more than one person, right? How would love be possible? Would love just mean loving
I
yourself?
get you talking about attributes. You talking about attributes. Yeah, we all can have multiple
Oh
attributes, but
shit.
it's all capsulated in one person. I got that concept, but you making it seem like the other 2 attributes are gods of their own, or they working independently of the main God.
No, no, that's the thing. Yeah, they're not independent.
Okay,
They're
okay, cool.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah. It's
okay.
not
All right, we clear
independent. They're
on
all
that.
of the same mind. Yeah. But I'm
So
just
who the
noticing the
superior?
time, and I gotta go set up for a debate
Gotcha.
that I'm hosting in a bit. But
Oh man,
what's your schedule like tomorrow?
shit, I'm open, man. I'm gonna be driving, man. I'm gonna be wide open.
Okay, okay. Well, if you you said you're on Instagram, what right? What's your
Yeah, just go to my page and look at it from it. It's called I am a free man. I am a free underscore man. I am a free underscore man.
I am free underscore man.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I see you right here. I'm gonna follow you right now, and I'm gonna send you a message so we can link
Yeah.
up tomorrow.
Man, I'm glad you came through, man. You sharpened up my skills, man, and much success to you on your debate.
Yeah, appreciate it, and yeah, I look forward to talking more. It's been a good talk.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you. God bless.
You too, man. Take care. Yeah, man. Oh, that was very, 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 very entertaining. I hope that y'all enjoyed it. You know what I mean, Mister, you want to come up and talk? You know what I'm saying? Anybody else want to come up? Let me drop the link again. Yeah, let me drop the link again, man. Y'all want to come up? You know, it kind of made me go back to my old self, man. I'm really rusty. Y'all gotta excuse me, man. And I'm not trying to be funny or nothing, but um, yeah, man. I probably need to get on back in the gym, man, and get that workout on him. I got a little something for him though. I was just testing him out a little bit, seeing what he talking about. Yeah, he pretty sharp. He pretty sharp. You know what I mean? But it's still um, it's still at the end of the day, uh, through your perception, not necessarily a uh, collection of us as a race of people or a human species. We ain't gonna all agree, and that's the discrepancy of what this religious shit is about. You know what I mean? Like it ain't definitive. You know what I mean? What up, bro?
What's happening?
Man, not much, man. What's good with you?
Well, hey, I'm not a religious man, as I've said many times before, but that was a good, entertaining conversation, and
Yeah,
it was pretty healthy.
absolutely, man. Again, shout out to I think it's called what do you call his damn name? Spazza? How you say it damn? I'm trying to
Oh, here we
pronounce his
go.
name right. Yeah.
I'm just testing, 'cause I was hearing an echo, but I think I'm all good now.
Okay. Hey, appreciate everybody for coming through. Appreciate it. We had a nice little run, man. People was coming through on that debate. I want to continue to keep previewing this debate between Andrew Wilson and Coach Greg Adams. I do believe in my mind, in my heart, that Coach Greg Adams definitely bagged him up and and sent them packing, had him frustrated, had him about to have a panic attack, you know.
I forgot
And
you were even talking about that, actually, because
yeah, we done got so
I
far
was
off the
listening to
rabbit
your
trail.
debate.
Yeah, we went into our own debate. You know what I mean? I think that's what his channel is. I think Alicia was trying to invite me to a debate, a debate panel.
You should do it.
So yeah, I ain't debated since I've been debating my brothers and stuff. What up with you, Cortez? Appreciate you for coming through, bro. Sorry about not acknowledging it. We had the chat rolling like a song, man. Shout out to First
Yeah,
Class Kings. He's in the building. Appreciate you, brother. You go ahead, bro.
yeah, I missed the hour of it because I got a phone call, but when I left, it was all good, and then when I came back, it was still popping, and I'm
Yeah,
seeing a few new faces in the chat too. So
yeah,
yeah, that's pretty good.
yeah. Shout out to them, man. Like I appreciate it. I mean, I felt real good seeing these new people pop up in here, man. Uh, I think I could really be at my best when I see that type of activity, and the best is yet to come, man. It's
Yeah,
yet to come.
and I be forgetting that you know all this stuff too, because you're not one of those people that's constantly talking about the same religious topics or anything. But I guess it just happened to come up today. And then
Yeah,
you dropping all kinds of stuff. I forgot he knew that.
yeah, yeah, man. You don't be 46 years old and not know something. You know what I mean? I don't know everything, but the things I do talk about, I kind of got a little hold of it. You know, I got a little
Yep.
hold of it.
That reminds me of that one stream you did a little while back. When the dude came in the chat and he was trying to see if you're actually into Islam for real. And he was like, can you quote these things? I forgot what they're called. Then you start speaking Arabic, and I'm like, oh shit,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't
I
even
had
know
to
he could
bring
do
that.
that.
I had to bring out the. No, he asked me to do the khutbah prayer that they say at 5 o'clock in the morning. You know what I mean? So I shot it to him. You know what I mean? Like, bro, I was in Islam for actively 15 years of my life, man. So that's I can never just like totally forget that stuff. You know?
Yep.
So I can spit it. I just may be rusty. You know? Speaker, that's his name, Speaker. Yeah, appreciate you, brother, for bringing people on. He think I'm bringing some people through. Yeah, man. Yeah, they welcome, man. I ain't no bad host. I ain't no, I'm not gonna get mad and, get all insecure about my belief system and all that and call you out your name. I ain't gonna do none of that. I'm just gonna hear you out, but I'm gonna push back
Yep.
though. You know?
Yeah, that's pretty much how all your debates go, from what I've seen so far. It's
Yeah,
not full of the ninja tree like other channels.
yeah. And then
You
on
can
top
have
of
a
that,
good, healthy debate.
yeah, and then on top of that, it's just like a couple of times, um, um, my man's, what you know what I'm saying? Speaker. I gotta get that. It's like a speaker. When
Speak
speaker was
easy.
speak easy. Okay, it's easy. Okay, gotcha. Speak easy. So when he was telling me a couple things, I acknowledged that he was right. You know what I mean? I ain't this type of narcissist that I'm not gonna just acknowledge when you right. I'm gonna give you your props. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna damn sure come back with a combination that you ain't gonna be refused either. And I think
Yep.
Speak Easy know about that though. You feel me? He still got an answer to it.
Yep. Because, yeah, you can't respect a person, a man or woman. You can't respect them if they can't admit when they're wrong.
Absolutely.
So it's good to admit when you're wrong. Sometimes we are wrong.
Hmm. Yes. Shout out to Speak Easy, man. Appreciate him, man. Hey, he was a nice little. He made me sweat a little bit, man. I'm sweating up under my damn. You know what I mean? Hey, Speak Easy, you got me sweating up under my arms and shit, bro. Man. Thank you so much for letting me on, man. Appreciate you for coming through, bro. It's an honor, man. It's an honor. It's an honor.
Yeah, don't let that be
Yeah.
the last time you come through.
Now I don't think it is. He said he don't take it personal. You know what I mean? And we just had a good spirited debate. But
Yep.
Andrew Wilson couldn't have done what Speak Easy did. He would have got to smoke 20 cigarettes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I didn't think he was going to stay on that long either. I figured he was going to come up 10 minutes and then be out.
Nah, he actually was saying he wanted to come on tomorrow. He's like, man, fuck it. I invited. I said, no, you can come on today. You know what I mean? Because I can't really read while I'm driving. I'm like, y'all just come on today. Let's make this happen. And he came through. I'm like, bet.
Yeah,
he came
fortunately
through,
he was
man.
able to. But you
Mhm.
already know we out here, we busy doing stuff all day. So not
Yeah,
everybody's able to do that, but thankfully he was able to come through.
yeah, man. Yeah, shout
Shit.
out to Speak Easy, man. Y'all go sub to his channel too, man. Go sub to his channel. You know what I mean? Support his channel. You know what I mean? Even though we got a different opinion, I ain't gonna hate on this channel. So y'all go over there and support that. Give him a sub, give him a like, give him many likes. You know what I mean? Sharpen him up. You know what I mean? Go over there and debate him, but in good faith and good spirit though. Don't go over there antagonizing somebody and calling them out his name and all that old stupid immature shit. We ain't doing that.
Yeah, we don't like
Definitely
that.
go over there. Yeah, we ain't doing that. Yeah, but so what was you saying about the marriage thing though? You know what I mean? Like, what was your take on that?
Well, I had just came in at that time, but I have a few opinions on that, even though I haven't been married yet. But
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say that I'm anti-marriage. I'm still pro-marriage, but
Mm-hmm.
just not in the matrix. For
Yeah, I think you
those,
and I share the same on that. I'm not against marriage. I want to put that on the record though. I'm not against it. I'm just not for it with an American woman. You know what I'm saying?
yep. And you kind of hit on that too, where you're saying go to a culture that's what in more or less words, you were saying go to a culture where the women play their role and the men can play their role, and there's none of this divorce nonsense and alimony and all the other nonsense they pull in family court and alienating people from their kids. Nah, don't get married in that culture.
Right.
Go somewhere where that doesn't exist.
But see, their argument is this though, Mister, is that they thinking that if they change a couple laws up, and the women they're gonna be compliant all of a sudden. It's almost like they're not gonna have to really necessarily go through a transformation or a detoxing of the bad culture that they have taken on. The law itself is gonna change these women to being feminine and compliant and all this other stuff and taking on this traditional value. And that's what we're gonna have to debate at.
Yeah, and I can't roll with that either. Yes, changing the laws will change some things because certain things they just wouldn't be able to do. But just because you change the laws doesn't mean you're going to change the mind.
The person, the mind of the person.
Yep, they'll still do what they can do within those new boundaries. That's what's going to happen.
That's a great point. Like, expound on that a little bit more. Like, them being able to sort of adapt and create another scam out of the laws. Like, what do you think that they're able to navigate and do something totally different around the law?
Yeah, they'll eventually come up with something. This is what's called loopholes. And, lawyers, part of their whole job is to find the loopholes in the law to let you do the things that you want to do within those boundaries and not violate the law. That's the specialty of a lawyer. So they're not past, collaborating with a lawyer and say, hey, look at this new law, read all the things related to it. What can I do? Like, what can I do up to the line without crossing the line?
Exactly.
They'll eventually figure all those things out, and then they'll start doing them. Then we'll have a whole new set of problems.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing, though. That's what Andrew Wilson was debating with Coach Greg Adams about, and he was basically saying that, they can change the law. It's gonna make them do this and do that, but those women, he don't think that those women can go to court and actually maneuver around the law. It's like he acting like they're not gonna go get a lawyer and just, like you said, toe the line at least, but not cross it. He don't think those women are gonna do that because their religious belief that this sky daddy gonna all of a sudden go say, the law of the land says this, and so I'm backing the law of the land. And if you cross that line, I'm going to punish you before the law punish you. Please.
Yeah, that's nonsense. He's gonna unintentionally send a whole lot of dudes into the court system, and they're gonna get jacked up.
Exactly. Did you
It's
see
gonna
that
be
debate?
the same story again.
Did you see the debate?
No, your stream is my first time hearing of it.
Listen, I'm gonna go ahead and send it to you personally, and then I'm gonna play a little bit more of it. But man, this was an ass whipping, in my opinion. I love the way Coach put it on him. That. You can see I watched this debate twice today, man. It was that good. It's over 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? But let's play a little bit more real quick.
That
Yes.
answer is no.
Yes. By the way, when you keep,
Are we in reality?
I'm
Or
trying.
in the clouds?
I mean,
we're not arguing
I was
anything
just trying.
legitimate.
I was just trying.
This is in the land of make believe.
Well, when
We
I'm
don't
allowed
have
to
enough-
respond, let
Okay,
me
give me
know.
a second.
Go
Let
ahead.
me finish this point.
Go ahead.
You're imagining. Your imagination is great. John Lennon would be great. You would be proud of you at this particular point.
So I'm imagining all the people.
You're imagining all the people under a situation and a structure that you brought in here. All right, but the state highly governs this, and the state highly governs divorce. I'm dealing in a reality situation where I'm trying to counsel men to give information to. The best thing you tell me is that you're willing to give men the option to do this. Are they willing to all do this option? The answer is probably not, just like they're not willing to do what I'm telling them to do. However, we're both attempting, which is a good thing. It's noble. However, your situation rarely exists. Can we talk about the reality of what exists?
Sure.
Absolutely. So let's take your moral religious crusade out of it and talk about the reality.
Yeah, let's
Are
not.
you willing to do that?
Yeah, well, here's the
See,
thing.
you're not willing to do that
Well,
because it's all based on your reality.
Guess what? It's a debate, and I will argue my points from my view, how I see fit. It's not for you to
But what I'm not going to do is expect
not my
me arguing
government.
from the land of make believe.
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
you know,
All right. So
okay,
anybody
it's
have
my turn. My turn.
anybody
Relax.
have the anybody have the sound effect for the television show where the train comes through, Mr. Rogers?
Let me know when
because
you-
I want to be
Let
on
me know
I
when
want to
you
be
gas
on
out.
Earth.
Let me know
All
when you
right.
gas
Let's
out.
let Andrew respond.
Yeah, so the thing is it's funny that you bring up Imagine, which is an anti-religious song. And hilariously enough, was designed to assist with female empowerment. Isn't that hilarious? But the thing here is you keep on saying that what I'm offering is make-believe, but it's not. It's been governing the Orthodox and Catholic Church for 2,000 years, including in this country. Now, here, let me give you an example, for instance, the Amish, right? Do you know what the divorce rate is among them? It's almost non-existent, yet they're still governed by the same laws of the land that you're speaking to. So it sounds like if I give a counter, if I say, look, I can give you a way, a methodology, in which you can utilize the religious ecclesiastical institution which has existed for 2,000 years and has right now the lowest divorce rates, right this second as we speak, not make-believe land, not hundreds of years in the future, right this second, as opposed to the system you have, common law divorce, which is sky high and you can't do anything about it. That's what is true. So pointing out what is true is right now you can have a prenup. That is true. What is true is prenups are usually held up in court. That is true. What is true is that you can have a marriage outside of a state because it's a religious institution anyway. You never have to have a license with the state. It's never been necessary. And
Well, to the prenup goddamn argument, Dr. Dre's prenup wasn't upheld. So, what you gotta say about that?
Mm-hmm. And also, we don't live in an Amish society. The modern women don't do what Amish women do, and therein lies the problem. An Amish woman will churn some butter and make your whole meal from scratch. Meanwhile, Keisha don't know how to cook. Keisha won't even make you a sandwich.
Hey, this is the reason why Coach Greg Adams called. He said, listen, that's make-believe, man. That's Little House on the Prairie, man. Like,
Yep.
that's not real, bro. It's not real. You gotta get out of make-believe, bro. Like, you can make people believe that shit, but it ain't gonna be true. Because we don't live that reality, man. Like, stay
Yep.
on the reality shit. Damn,
Yeah, and
a little
if
bit more, bro. Go
if
ahead.
we did live in that reality, we'd be having a very different conversation.
Yes, we would.
But that's why the Amish have such a high marriage rate. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but like that's why they don't get divorced, because the women do what they're supposed to do and the men do what they're supposed to do, and neither side makes excuses to not do what they're supposed to do. Furthermore, their society that they live in, they check the men and the women to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do.
So
And
again,
that's why.
so this is what Andrew is arguing, and this is what and what you said his name is Speak Easy was saying, is that if you indoctrinate, if you assimilate or integrate that or inject that type of lifestyle into the American culture, then we all, not necessarily all, but majority of us are gonna take on to those values. And Coach Greg Adams said that's not reality. Everybody's not gonna live like the Amish. Because not only are they just doing those things, which I think probably is good, it's their lifestyle that also contributes to those laws having to be implemented into their culture. So
Yep.
it's just a farce, man. It's just make believe again, you know.
Yep. And there's no EBT in the Amish society. So if you
No,
mess up in your marriage, hey, you just screwed. You
exactly.
gotta leave. Ain't nobody
Exactly.
gonna talk to you no more.
Yeah, it ain't adding up, man. Play a little bit more.
If you
Hmm.
do, the only way that that can be done is if it's sacramental. And if it's sacramental, it's governed now by the church. That's going to be the community the women are a part of. And so the thing is like, that sounds like a real viable solution. What's yours? More fucking degeneracy? Go out and play the field, hump a lot of chicks? How is that going to help anybody do anything? That's been the progressive mantra for 100 years. Isn't it wonderful? Your turn.
All right, we're turning back to Earth now. First things first. When it comes to this, back in reality, there's no God in marriage. So,
Ooh.
Mr. Sky Daddy, God, religion, that's all great, but there's no God in marriage. At this particular point, when you go through a marriage, if one person decides to not obey the Holy Bible or whatever you're thumping, you have no basis to keep that marriage together. If she decides to leave the church and decides not to listen or excommunicate herself, she's now under the state.
Agree.
Now, when you're getting divorced, which I'm assuming you've been divorced,
Well, I mean, that's a hell of an assumption, right?
have you been divorced?
I mean,
Have you been married?
Can you tell me, if you can tell me how that has any merit?
Give me
to
a
the
second,
debate?
because if you've been through one, you would know that there's no God in the divorce court, in the
Oh,
family
see.
court. There's no
Ooh.
God in there. No one asked
There is the state in there.
Oh, there is a state. So that's what we're arguing.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
when you get married. So you're telling me if, and I'm telling you, well, this is what's going to happen. Even if you took Sky Daddy into court with you, they would say you pray to the judge. The judge is the authority in the court. So the God argument is a nice, interesting argument, and I probably am not going to stay on the conversation very long because that's your God. That's your Sky Daddy. That's your religion. I have a different religion. So who gives you who gives you the authority to change the understanding, the conversation to your religion? That's your religion.
I'm not changing the conversation.
Okay, so it only
We're
works
talking
if
about-
it only works if you believe in your Sky Daddy. That's the only way it works, and that's the only way you're going to advise men.
We're talking about mitigating risk.
No. We're talking about, can men get into a marriage today? Only under your Sky Daddy. That's what we're assuming.
Okay.
Now, can they do it otherwise?
Yeah, you can have secular marriage.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, yeah.
Make
you
it work.
Just did.
Make it work.
The argument that you have is that marriage is great. It's a great institution.
We already covered this.
Well, what made it great?
We already covered
What
this.
made it great?
Can we go into why it would make it work for your secular? That's the question
Yeah,
I asked you.
but-
You're asking me questions back. Go ahead and answer the question.
So, if you're talking about secular marriage, there's never been any point to it.
I'm sorry.
There's never been any point to secular marriage, ever. Never. What would ever be the point of secular marriage? It's always been a religious institution. That's what made it great. Now, when you say it's a great institution, what made it great for secularists, other than the fact that Sky Daddy and God had all these enforcement arms, and those things had to be enforced socially. Like, for instance, men weren't allowed to run away. And women, right, they had to show cause for these divorces. And they had to be good causes. They had to show it for things like infidelity, right? It was all biblically governed. It was all lawfully governed by this Sky Daddy guy you like so little. But that's what made the institution great in the first place. And what you're talking about here, you're making a point that divorce is bad. And yet, I agree, divorce is bad. So what we're really talking about is how do we mitigate the risk for divorce? And we have two different methods here.
Well, the conversation
The method-
is marriage good for men. That's the conversation.
But it is. We already said it's good for men. That's not even a
And
dispute.
now, how do we make it better? Since they're avoiding
Well,
it.
it
Since
sounds
men or women
like-
are avoiding it.
It sounds like the thing that you think makes it bad is divorce, not marriage.
Correct.
Then
Listen,
we need to mitigate
we're
divorce.
15 minutes in, and we are in the land of reality. You finally called it up. Can you tell
I've been
me
there the whole
how
time.
we can get to the secular marriage? I mean, I've given you a
Yeah,
chance.
so-
You're dragging your
So
feet.
again, there's never been any point to secular marriage ever.
Now listen, marriage is for child creation. It would be great for child
No,
communities
it's
and
not
all
just
of
for
these
that.
things. So now listen, by the time the religious aspects got into marriage, they were chopping people's heads off and burning Bibles. So listen,
Yep.
I know we want to take it back to the past and act like the
Uh-oh.
past was better, but there's always a negative part of the past.
Mm.
If you go back and you look at the English This has all been there. People were getting their heads chopped off. The Crusaders were doing their things across
See?
countries, and they were spreading Christianity,
Mhm.
threats, and
I have to
violence.
do anything.
Now,
Mhm.
that's what you're trying to uplift. That's what you're trying to uphold.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You wouldn't know what I'm talking
I
about.
don't.
That's where you're lacking.
I have no
so
idea.
Catch up. You're sitting
What
across
does
from me.
crusades
I want
have
you
to do with divorce?
That was when your holy marriage was the best marriage that you were trying to go to. Now listen,
In the
if we're trying to drag it back-
1950s? Were we crusading
No,
in the
no, no,
1950s?
no, no, no. You
What the hell are
talked
you talking
You
about?
talked about the institution of marriage for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Sir, you need me to catch you up on what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
but
You're having trouble
you know what
keeping up
marriage-
with me.
do you know what
You're
marriage was
having
like
trouble
50 years
keeping up
ago?
with me. You said
I
2,000 years ago.
truly
And I told you
intellectually
2,000
busy.
years ago, they were chopping people's heads off.
Which has what to do with
I
anything?
need you to catch up with me, sir.
Okay.
If you want to take things back to the past, you have to accept everything as the past.
Yes.
You can't just cherry pick.
Yes.
Now, here's the thing. You're cherry picking. If you
Yep.
want to take things back to tradition, take it all the way back. Why
All the
stop
way
at
back.
the 50s?
Is it?
Take it back to the 1890s.
What you're saying right now is so incoherent. I
Oh,
actually
my
don't even
goodness.
understand
Well,
it.
that's what. Listen, when you're
It's
when
completely
you're running out of bullets,
incoherent.
when you're running out of bullets,
No,
the
it's
last
just
thing you do is to shame. All right,
I'm not
listen,
even trying to
are
shame you. It's
struggling?
just
I
incoherent.
need you to catch up with me.
Okay, catch me
I-
up.
Just say you're lagging if you can't keep it up.
It's
All right,
incoherent.
here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
I don't know what to tell
He
you.
said if you lagging, to keep it up. Just say you're lagging. Oh man, yo, he right
he
though,
got
man.
him.
You, bruh, you can't talk about. Hold on, let me finish up because there's a part I want him to play real quick. Hold on.
Here's the problem you're having.
2,000 years ago, they were chopping heads off. Who gives a shit? What does that
You
do with
said
anything?
2,000 years ago. I'm coming up with yours. Your holy religions 2,000 years ago. It's been a part
What
of the
does that have to do with this?
Exactly. Here's the problem. You're cherry picking.
Cherry picking what?
Listen,
I'm
you
listening.
I'm gonna slow you down. I'm gonna
Slow
slow
me
you
way
down
down.
because I see what you're doing here. I'm gonna slow you down,
Okay.
because it's hard for you to keep up.
It is. You're
I
right.
understand. I
I am-
understand because you
I
haven't
am-
been across. This is
Yeah.
your toughest debate. Your audience knows this.
Oh, it's rough.
There's no God in marriage
Okay.
in the United States.
Yeah.
Can we agree to that? When you get to divorce, there's no God in
we
marriage.
can't agree to that.
We need to agree to it because when you go into divorce court,
Yeah.
there's no God.
Yeah,
You
but-
can't bring in your God in your Bible, and at that particular point, none of your ecclesiastics marriage works.
Okay.
Period.
So the thing is, you just said, can we agree that there's no God in marriage? And then you
You
switched,
don't have to agree.
but hang on, calm down. And then you switched over to divorce. There's no God in divorce. But those are two different questions. Hang on, relax. The second thing is that me saying that what made marriage a great institution is this whole Sky Daddy character. And that the institution has been in place for 2,000 years and has been, hang on, calm down.
2,000
And it's
years.
been a strong institution. I'm not actually sure how tying in that at the time they cut people's heads off, what that has to do with the fact that in the 1950s and 40s, you still had 95% of these marriages staying together. This is not ancient history. This is not even early American history. That's hang on. That's in your grandfather's lifetime, basically. And this, by the way, that was the case for black marriages as well. Very strong institutions. But all of those institutions were that way because they followed that whole Sky Daddy thing. They were like, oh, that Sky Daddy's going to smite us if we don't. And so what you do here is you're giving the classic progressive argument, which is
Also, because we
well,
didn't have no fault divorce.
guys, it is true that it's a great institution, and it is true it's the best place in the world to have children for the continuation of the species, and also it's fantastic for men's health, it's fantastic for their mental health, it's great for them in almost every way, but that divorce thing is real bad, and I counter. You're right, that divorce thing is real bad. We have now a center of agreement, but now we're going back to the marriage in the West thing, which is that whole great institution problem. Well, if we agree that what made it good, what you just did, is, hey, that Sky Daddy guy, and then I point out that right now you can still utilize that Sky Daddy guy for an ecclesiastical marriage outside the state, hang on, and the only thing you could do is say, what about common law? But you can't govern anybody from common law, and at least in the ecclesiastical institution, you have social pressures on women to stay married. You can't offer a man anything like that. Give me a single social pressure you can offer that would actually keep these marriages together. One. What? Just one.
Can I answer something
Yeah.
you just said? This would be interesting.
I
because
can't wait.
You said
But can you answer
19
that question then
No,
answer?
before.
Oh,
The
of course. Of
1940s.
course. You gotta ask me a
Because
question.
listen,
Answer
I'm
mine.
listening. I'm listening to you. You asked the question at the end. If you would have asked it at the beginning, possibly I might have been able to address it. But let me address this point.
Okay.
You said the 1940s and 1950s with this imaginary sky daddy controlling marriages. That sounds like enforcement. Because by the time the 1970s came around, the very first chance women got to file a no-fault divorce without need for evidence, without need to
There
have
you
a
go.
private investigator to
That's
prove
what
an
I
affair.
said.
Was no
They
fault the
did.
70s?
Yes, it was the 70s, started by Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
I'll educate you.
But hang on.
Came along. Hold on for a second. No. I got the floor here. I got the floor. So you said the religious institutions governed it and made it great. The 1970s came along, and as soon as they did, women started to file divorces at record rates, which is back to my conversation. As soon as you remove the authority of Sky Daddy, now you're back with the state. And now you have difficulty, and now the risk is now greater.
Oh.
So that's the issue that
Then
you
it sounds like men should be moving towards Sky Daddy then, because it mitigates their risk.
the courts, the nation should be
There's
moving
no
towards
courts.
that. But how do you enforce that?
What court?
You're-
What court?
you're
You're
laying-
not getting a marriage from the state.
How you gonna
courts are
enforce
involved
it?
here?
Everything you told me is a make-believe scenario.
How? You can
You're
do it
telling-
right now. How is it make believe?
How do you do that when people,
Here's
the
what
marriages do state?
yeah.
I know, you want to go
I'll
back
tell
to
you how.
Ecclesiastics. This
No,
is
I'm
going to be
saying
a
you
problem.
can do it right
Okay.
this second.
Okay,
You can go do it right now.
You can do it at this
You
particular
can
point.
too.
However,
What do you? Okay.
get men to do it.
Yes.
Okay, you might be able to think you can get men to do it, but as soon as they do it, I want you to stick around for the average of 8 to 10 years when these men start getting divorced. See, what you're doing is you're leading.
We've been
hold on
watching
for a
it for
second.
longer.
You've been leading. You're going to lead men into a burning building.
Oh.
And the reason why, and this is a famous quote by Martin Luther King, is because the laws of integration didn't catch up fast enough for what he wanted for people to integrate. And what happened was it took him 12 to 15 years to realize that he led men or black people into a burning building in which integration was not possible at the time.
Okay.
You are also proposing the same thing. And I would like for you to stick around to
Gotta
see
mute
the
for a
results
second.
of what you're proposing, because eventually you would have to pay the price. How did Martin Luther King pay the price? You would have to pay the price for the men that you misled.
So Martin Luther misled men. That's why he was killed.
I said he misled black people. You missed that part.
Those
He said,
wrong.
okay, let me repeat it, because you're slow.
I
All right,
am,
you
you're
definitely
right.
are slow, Neanderthal.
That's for sure.
Let me tell you something.
I'm dragging
Martin
Nichols
Luther
over here.
King said
Martin Luther King.
specifically,
Yeah.
related to black people and civil rights,
Yeah.
I'll speak slowly for you,
Yeah.
that he believed at the end, he led them into a burning building. I'm going to speak slower. The
Okay.
reason why is because the laws of integration
Yeah.
did not catch up with what he would like to present. Black people weren't ready to integrate. As a result, he said, I may have led my people, that means his people, into a burning building.
Okay.
I would like for you, under your scenario, if your movement takes off,
Yeah.
to see the results, because it took Martin Luther King 12, 15 years to see the results
I understand.
of
now.
his efforts.
Yeah.
You're proposing something very extreme, majority of people aren't going to do. But let's just say if, because you like to hide in the clouds of make-believe,
They
if
did.
this works,
Right.
I would love to see you represent these men in a divorce when they get their head bit off by these so-called women that are forced by Sky Daddy to stay in these
This
marriages.
is really like.
And that's the interesting point right there, right? So, and that's what I was trying to speak easy about, is that how is this God submitting this idea that it's okay for the state or the courts or the government? Why he allow it to be so easy for them to bust up families, man, or give women the access to bust up the families? But I get it. A lot of people gonna run into this free will shit. No, it's free will. No. Who gave them that so-called free will is the government. You know what I'm saying? That's the free will. So
Yeah.
he said it right. It ain't no damn God in divorce or marriage, because if God was really at the center of that marriage, then hell, it wouldn't be so many divorces. And those people wouldn't use the idea that, yo, God put us together, but the devil broke us up. Stop it. That's where I'm at with it. So shout out to
Hmm.
Coach Greg Adams on that point, man. Like, listen, man, that you can tell them dudes all that shit, and hell, let's take on the Amish culture. You know how long it's gonna take for them to for that shit to really get into the mainstream of the culture? It's gonna
I don't
take
know if
some
that's ever gonna
years.
happen.
Exactly.
Because one thing, going back to history, we forget that years ago we didn't have all these problems with marriage.
No.
People did stay together. Women did what they're supposed to do in the relationship, and men did what they were supposed to do. And the
Hmm.
divorce rate wasn't sky high. And one thing that changed that, which he said, I said it in my head, and then he said it out loud, was um, they came up with no fault divorce, which for
Hmm.
people that don't know is that before that law came, you had to come up with reasons to divorce your spouse. Like you had to prove that
Hmm.
they cheated on you, or you had to prove that they're doing something they're not supposed to do. Basically, you had to prove it
Right.
before you could get a divorce. But once no fault divorce came around, now you can just say, well, irreconcilable differences. It's nothing
Differences.
specific
Yep.
that they did, but hey, irreconcilable differences, and I want a divorce. Okay, now you get divorced.
Hmm.
They just made it
Hmm.
easy like that.
The problem with all of it is Andrew is arguing from a position that God is the one that established the culture of the women not having the ability to do the no fault divorce, and that it was man that made the no fault divorce possible. That's the disconnect. In my reality, in my world, it was man that established the no fault divorce, and it was man that established that you don't have a law as such as a no fault divorce. But he want to
Hmm.
put this thing on God, like, oh, God is the one that, that kept these women in check. It was God that, had them doing what they were supposed to do, and and they believe in the ecclesiastic marriage and all this other shit. No, motherfucker, that was ruled by man. Again, that's what I told Speakeasy. Listen, God didn't create man. Man created God, and I said that to say that every man has an imagination of what they think God is. You know what I mean? So therefore, it's his own figurative of imagination. It ain't no he made us, and all this other shit. So all these ideas and all this stuff that we're being governed by, it comes from the thoughts and the hands and mind of man. It ain't no other way around
Yep.
that. That's the reality.
Yep. And I was gonna ask a question about that. Like,
Okay,
where in the Bible does it say that you can get divorced? What
exactly.
does it say on that?
I think it said it doesn't I don't even think that it's my skills are kind of sharp. I mean duh. I don't think it says anything of the magnitude that you can just divorce,
Right.
because technically speaking, if a man enter into the body of the woman, that's his wife. It don't matter if they legally get a so-called divorce, it's still his wife because he had sex with her, period.
Hmm.
So they can't have it both ways. A divorce can be like, you know what, we mutually agree that, hey, we don't want to be with each other no more. You don't have to necessarily go to the court. So it's just a whole bunch
Well,
of, it's just a conundrum. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
even on that point, back in the day, you know what they used to do? Hey, you take this bedroom, I'll take this bedroom. Yeah, they
Yeah,
still live
yeah,
under the same roof, but they live in
right,
separate rooms, sleep in separate
exactly.
beds. There was no divorce, but they lived like that from then on. But yeah, I was always under the understanding that the Bible doesn't say anything about divorce. It says till death do us part.
Yeah, and that's what it is. And I think Speak Easy was kind of adding some shit like they always do. And the Bible warns them of adding their own interpretation of it. They gonna do that quite often, but I don't remember even coming across anything along those lines my damn self. And I could be wrong, but I'm gonna have a little something for him, man. He just got me off the cuff today, to be honest with you. What happened to first class? He was just in. I think he got a phone call or something.
Probably. But yeah, I was always under the understanding that there is no divorce. You ain't supposed to be divorcing in the first place. It's till death do us part. And
Yeah, he came
therefore,
up with.
since you know
Yeah,
that, you're supposed to you're supposed to take the steps necessary to make sure this is someone that you can do life with, because that's
yeah.
what it is.
But he was giving all these parameters that said that the Bible said that you could do it if they beat on you. Abuse. Bro, that's manslaughter you
It don't
quoting.
say
That
that.
ain't no scripture. Yeah, it don't quote nothing like that. It don't
It
even say
don't
nothing
say
about
nothing
no
about
damn
that.
beating no woman in the Bible. I ain't never heard no shit like that. You know, as far as I know, man, I think it says something along the lines of, you know, I ain't gonna mention it on YouTube, of course. But but yeah, man, they just be making that shit up, bro. I'm gonna play a little
Yep.
bit more, just a little bit more, bro. If you don't mind, hold on, just a little bit more.
Like, I don't even understand. And I have a hard time understanding. I don't actually even understand how to respond to a lot of this because it's so incoherent. But I'm going to try
Oh
anyway.
yeah, see, this is
So
I
let's
think
start.
this is his point. It's incoherent when he understands. Perhaps you don't
This
understand.
this is
That might be what it is. It's okay to say you don't understand, and I can speak slowly.
I don't understand now. But I'm going to
Of
tell you
course,
why. I'm going
of
to tell you
course,
why.
dismissive. I mean, you know,
I'm going to tell you
it's
why.
okay. When you're losing, just
Okay.
say you're losing,
Well,
and I can speak
let
for
me
you.
know when I can talk and he gas out. Go ahead.
You
Oh, go ahead.
lose it.
So,
Yep.
Yeah, typical tactic, but you
Here's.
can work that against these
Okay, so I still
OnlyFans
can't
girls.
talk.
Hey,
Go
listen,
ahead.
you can work that tactic against those OnlyFans girls that you debating 23-year-old ignorant women.
They're smarter than you.
But now
They're
you're sitting
smarter than you.
across from a person.
They're way smarter than you.
Yeah, you're sitting across from a person here
Oh no.
that's looking at a Neanderthal saying you don't understand something very
Let me know
simple.
when he gas out
This
so
is
I
the
can respond.
simplest thing that you can understand. You're go. You're go.
Are you sure? I
Please.
can actually do it this
And
time?
please, put me to sleep.
Okay, so
Put me to sleep.
here's why it's incoherent, and there's a bunch of this I don't understand. You keep on saying that these men are going to get divorced, and yet I'm proposing non-state marriages. How are they going to get divorced? Well, you can only say then via common law. But again, you have no defense yourself against
These are if scenarios.
I don't
If
I don't-
scenario.
I
don't-
said I was going to debate somebody
This
that's
is.
going to come.
Why do you
This
keep
is a if
filibustering?
scenario.
Are you, I
Give
let
me
you
a real
speak.
scenario,
I let you
please.
speak the entire time.
Give me something to speak about.
Okay,
You're giving
I'm
me
not
a
asking you to
scenario.
speak.
You're
I'm
trying to
just-
invite me to your church.
I'm just
I'm not going to
asking
your
you
church.
to
Please give me a real scenario.
You have to shut up long enough for me to
Come
do
on,
it.
please. I've been here 30 minutes waiting for you to do it.
All right. So
Give me a
If
real
scenario.
okay. So what I don't understand here again, and I'm going to ask again, in your incoherent worldview,
Okay, please.
you keep on saying that these men who I propose this to are going to get divorced, but I'm not proposing that they get married through the state. The state's the one who does the divorces. So if the only thing you could say is that there's a potential for common law here, but that's something you yourself cannot guard them from by your own admission. The second.
Now that's what I wanted to get into too. On the quick pause, let me ask you a question. Would that not be considered common law if you don't go through the state?
Yeah. And I was actually thinking about that while he was talking, because
Yeah.
if you're with the woman, the state's going to get involved regardless. And I think you have
Right.
to keep separate residences so
Mm-hmm.
that they can't say that you're common law married, something
Mm-hmm.
like that. Because
Yeah, but that would be.
that's what my parents did actually. My parents
Yeah, that's.
never got married to each other, but they always kept separate residences, even though they've been together 40 something years.
Yeah, see, that's what he trying to propose, but he don't think it's common law marriage, man. I think that's where he just gaslight. He's trying to gaslight Coach Greg. Got it. What up with you, first class?
What's up? What's up with you, man? What's up, man,
Man,
bro?
out here getting it, bro.
I done walked across this Arkansas bridge 2 times, bro. The whole, I said, man, this boy's been live for a long
Oh
time.
yeah, oh yeah,
you,
man.
you and dude
Rolling.
getting it in. But I
Oh
said,
yeah.
damn, I done got my exercise in. Shoot, the came in and ate a little something. I said, damn. I said,
Yeah, Big Easy came through, man, and be entertainment for a little while, so he got my
Yeah.
damn juices flowing, bro.
So dude, he got his own YouTube channel too. The dude who
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he got a
yeah,
debate channel. Yeah,
cause it seemed like a bunch of his folks came in your comments too. And I was like, damn,
so did.
I ain't never seen all these folks in the in the
Uh-huh.
comments. Yeah, I ain't never seen all these folks. But the way I feel about it at the end of the day, if you trying to marry Keisha, she ain't finna go for that. Hey, you gonna have to get some paperwork done at the. Hey, this shit might work on their end, but Keisha, if you want to marry Keisha, that common law shit ain't finna work, bro. You ain't.
No.
Hey, you gonna
And
have to
she
get
ain't
the
finna live
state
like no
involved.
Amish. And she ain't finna live
Yeah.
like the Amish either, bro. She ain't gonna do
Yeah,
that.
yeah. You gotta get the state involved. But at the end of the day, I get what he trying to say, but we ain't got the culture for that here. Like
No.
that shit ain't flying here. Hey, that's the reason we got passports in the first place, because that's the life that we want to live, to be honest, man. And that type of atmosphere where the man run everything and where the man lead, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
I see where they going at. They trying to, like I said in the comments, it gonna take about a century for them to fix with it gonna take about a century before they fix it. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it gonna take a good century before they fix it. A minimum 50 years. You know what I'm saying? Before you
Yeah.
see some change on what they talking about trying to do. But I get it. They damn near sound like them dudes in the manosphere just having the conversation and all that stuff. To try
Mm-hmm.
to just talking about Keisha all the time, hoping that it gonna change and all that shit there, you know. But it ain't
Yeah. Yeah.
you ain't doing nothing but wasting some good old breath by talking that shit
Hey, that's a
to
point that I wanted to
these folks.
present to Speak Easy, man. That was a great point you just made because, like, they want to bring this shame shit back to keep the woman in line.
They
And
don't
I
give a
wanted to hit
damn.
him, bruh. I've been wanting to hit him, like, bruh, they've been doing that shit since social media been crunk. Like TikTok, man, these dudes on here done reincarnated and remixed the hell out of Kevin Samuels. And that shit ain't working.
Ain't
So they don't
working.
give a damn about no damn shame and tactics, bruh. No Bible,
Ain't
bruh. They
working
don't
at
care about
all,
that.
man. Man, these gals talk about eating dude's ass on on shit, boy. Hey, they be talking about they want to eat a nigga. What that girl Sukiyama talking about? She want to eat a nigga. Hey, if you come out, hey, if you say that out loud, you don't give a damn about. Hey, shit. Hey, if you say some shit like that out loud, you don't give a damn what nobody think. For
Oh
real.
man,
Man,
bruh.
I'm talking about, man, you know, talking about
Oh
some wet ass pussy. And hey, I remember it was a time, bro, women used to be
man.
ashamed if she got caught sucking some dick, man. They don't give a damn about that. Hey, shit. Man, these women don't give
Oh
a damn
man.
about that. You remember back then,
No.
man. Hey, a girl used to be embarrassed if she talk about some sucking some dick or something. Shit,
Hey, but see,
man.
that's what I. But you
Hey,
know what though,
Ryan.
Claire? That's what I was telling him though, bro. He got on this shit. To speak easy, dog. He was like, yeah, man. You having all this secular sex and all that shit. That's a sin. And I'm like, well, bro. Like, I showed him with the Bible. Well, I was talking about the part where the man spilled the seed on the ground. Basically, the man pulled out of his brother's wife, nutted on the ground, and God killed him for that shit. So I'm like, how many times have you pulled out? You know what I'm saying? Like, you agree with God killing your ass because you pulled out? You know,
Yeah, shit crazy, man.
man.
Like I tell people all the time, you can take some of that stuff with the Bible, but some of that stuff was meant for that time back then. You know, like you can't
Exactly.
do a lot of that stuff. I ain't saying all of it, but a lot of it you can't do. You can't take in this day and time right now and stuff, man. The shit, hey, you can't be like Tupac said one time, you can't be an angel in a room full of devils. You know what I'm saying? And shit. And that's what America is right now. It's just a room full of devils, bro. You can't be no angel, and you'll just get it
No,
took advantage of. You know, if you
exactly.
buy if you going by the Bible and Keisha just going by all different rules, And another thing is, in the United States, Keisha got the power. These women got the power.
Yeah.
These women ain't trying to relinquish no power, man. Shit, you know what I'm saying?
No.
Hey, if they can have a baby by you and get married to you and take care of your stuff and do all, hey, them women ain't trying to relinquish their power. That's the main reason folks dudes ain't getting married right now. Shit.
Exactly. And then the thing is,
Mhm.
he thinking that this government and the sky daddy gonna goddamn make these women do it. I guess he ain't paid attention to how the women reacting to the damn EBT being taken away from them, bro.
Man, I'm
We talking about
telling
an EBT card, bro, and these women spazzing out.
you.
So
I'm
you
telling
gonna
you.
take it? You gonna take away their ability to no vote, divorce, and all that, bro? They gonna trip out off that shit, bro.
Right. And the sad part about this shit, they ain't mad at the reason why they own it in the first place. They mad because it got took away from them. You should be
Yeah.
mad that you have to be on that shit in the first goddamn place. To be honest,
Exactly.
yeah, man, it's just a trip. But I know these Walmarts ain't playing though. Walmart about six
No.
police cars outside one of them. Yeah,
Exactly.
about six police cars outside one of
Yeah, I
them.
told him, man, what's the name was going in on that, talking about here, you know what I mean? Zip tie, goddamn tie, gonna be waiting on they motherfucking ass shit. You know,
I'm telling
hey,
you.
goddamn Billy Joe with the side rig, goddamn, he'll pull that bitch out on you, come out with a bucket full of groceries.
Yeah.
Don't,
But
don't try.
I get what bro saying, bro, but we ain't in the culture for that, right? This ain't the culture for it right now. And a
Mhm.
lot of things, and one thing, if you got to think about it too, Bama, man, it really ain't even, it just, you really can't blame social media, bro, because social media in Brazil and in Colombia and all that shit, and they don't act that way. You know what I'm saying? It
Mhm.
just, hey, it's just the simple fact that the laws, bro, the laws let them get away with this shit. You know what I'm saying? It,
Yeah, that's some truth to that. I think it's a combination. Yeah,
yeah, it's a
they both
combination. It's
work
a
hand in hand.
combination
Yeah,
of social media,
yeah, I
but
see that.
yeah, it's a
Yeah.
combination of social media, but like you said, them chicks over in Colombia, they got social media, they got Facebook and Instagram and all that shit too, and they still feminine. So it's the
It's the
laws, man.
laws, it's the
It's the
culture. So
Yep,
it's
yeah,
the
yeah,
culture and the
it's the
yeah.
laws,
culture.
bro. Yep, it's the
Mm.
Yep.
culture and the laws, bro. At the end of the day, men to get married if them damn laws are changed, bro. That's just simple as that. Hey, I said that in your comments too. I like at the end of the
Mm-hmm.
day, hey, it just the laws don't favor a man to get married. It don't
You think they'll
favor.
get married here in the states though? You actually agree with Andrew on that point? If they actually change like the no fault
Yeah, if
divorce
they
and the child
change the
support?
laws, man, yeah, dudes will get married, bro. If they change the laws, bro. But
Mhm.
I
shoot, hey,
got you.
niggas
Yeah, it
ain't willing
wouldn't
to
be.
risk that right now.
Yeah, it wouldn't be perfect, but I think you would see marriages go up a little bit
It'll go up. It'll go
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
because not
Yeah.
everybody in America is completely checked out of America like some of us.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
A lot of people still believe in the dream.
Yep.
Yeah, because they still get married despite all this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
even though the
Yep.
numbers are low, they still getting married. So I agree with y'all on that. But do you think that? I guess the better question to be, if they do implement something like that, will it actually slow down marriage? I know I heard Mister say he think it'll go up. I think you agree with it. Do you think that the women would be more hesitant to get married, knowing that if they don't get it right, they can't get out of it?
Man, you know what? What it'll be is a lot of them little younger chicks probably wouldn't get married, but them older chicks, yeah, they'll jump on it,
Yeah,
man. Shit, they'll
yeah,
they'll jump on it. Them older chicks, yeah, they'll jump
yeah.
on it. Hey, especially just off this food stamp stuff alone, bro. Like, yeah, they they don't want to go through that. They don't want to go through that, man, and gonna have to pay all these bills by themselves and stuff. Yeah, they'll
Mm-hmm.
jump on it. I believe they'll get on board with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Mhm.
think that if them guys think they getting married for love, they're gonna be highly mistaken. They gotta know that them women have
Oh, it ain't
other.
for love.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it
it
ain't for
ain't for
love. Yeah,
love.
yeah,
Shit.
it ain't gonna be for love now. You know.
Yep. Men are marrying for love. Women are marrying for business.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. I'm not opposed to the marriage thing. It just won't be with these women here, man. It's gonna have to
Yeah,
be with a chick
that's
from
how it
That's
overseas.
is. Yeah.
that's
I
how I
can't
feel
risk it.
about it.
I can't risk it. You know what I'm saying? I'd have built
Mm-hmm.
myself
Me
up to be
neither.
where I'm at now, and I can't risk it. You know. So
Mm-mm.
it'd have to
Mm-mm.
be a chick overseas with me too.
Yeah, and then really to us that's the answer. Again, Coach Greg Adams, he's against. It sounds like he's against marriage altogether. He's one of them type of red pills to where he don't think it's beneficial. I don't take that stance. I believe that you shouldn't marry the women here, but I do
Yeah.
look forward to getting married to whether it's a Brazilita or Thai lady, or if it's a
Yeah.
Colombiana or Dominicana. I don't think it's gonna be no Dominicana though, man. It's gonna be hard to marry one of them. They just different,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah. It boiled down to the laws at the end of the day, as far as their marriage. They're really what it boiled down to. Them damn laws. Dudes see dudes getting took on the regular. You know what I'm saying? Like for the same reason, like a lot of these young dudes ain't trying to have no kids because they're child support. They just seen it. You know. So
So did.
yeah,
Yeah.
man. That's why a lot of these dudes ain't trying to have no kids. Ain't trying to have no kids right now. Yep.
Nope.
Yeah, that's definitely a fact, man. Because that would scare motherfuckers without them, understanding that they gotta pay for the child anyway. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Yep.
That's why
No.
they eventually had to throw a nigga a bone, especially in the state of Tennessee. Like in Tennessee is now where it's a mandatory DNA test. Like at the
Just like that in
hospital when the
Alabama
baby
too.
born. Yeah, they made it
Yeah.
mandatory. So they had to throw a dude a bone at one point. If y'all
Hmm.
want dude to keep if y'all want folks to keep having babies, you know what I'm saying? And that
Yeah.
was a good one right there, you know. Yeah, at least you know it's your child. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? If you
Mm-hmm.
ain't
Yeah.
got a baby with the chick, at least you know it's your child.
Yeah. And before you move too far away from the point, I think another reason guys are not trying to have kids now is because they don't want to be alienated from their kids if the
Yeah,
relationship
Facts.
doesn't work out.
yep,
Mm-hmm.
I think
Big
that's
facts.
also a big part of it.
They seen a lot of
yep.
that shit. That's one of the main things. It ain't. It's the child support, of course, but that shit right there break a motherfucker down, man. And people don't realize
Yeah,
that dudes get
Hmm.
hurt off that shit, bro. I'm a witness to that.
yeah.
You know what
Shoot,
I mean?
my
So
partner, one of my homies going through it now, with his youngest
that's.
son that's like 11. And
Mm-hmm.
the baby mama tears then turned the little boy on him. You know what I'm saying? Like
Oh man.
man, my boy told me that his ex-wife was trying to get get him locked up or some shit over some. The man told me he asked his son. He said, do you think that's cool that your mama trying to get me locked up or whatever? Said the little boy said, well, if you did whatever you did, you deserve to go to jail. I said, damn.
Oh
Yeah, said the
man.
little boy,
Damn.
his own son said that shit. Well, if you did wrong, you deserve to go to jail then.
Boy, that
I
boy
said,
sound like his
damn.
damn mammy, bro. He sound like
Man, when
his
he said
mammy,
that shit,
bro.
hey, when my boy told me his son said that shit, I said, damn. I said, man, that's crazy there, bro. I said, that is crazy.
You know how much
You
hate
done
she had to
messed that
put in
boy
that
up
boy?
good.
That
Yeah, she had
messed
to
him
put
up
a lot
good,
of hate,
man.
man.
His
She put
first
so much
son
hate in that
already
boy.
messed up too. His first son messed up too. Yep. Man, I'm talking about the baby mama Terry had guns for the oldest little boy and
Oh man.
everything. Boy. Yep. Yep. Crazy.
You can't fix this shit, bro. You can't fix
Nah.
this shit, man. Mm-mm.
Nah.
Yeah, it's too far gone.
Hey, what the white dude that was on the other lad? Hey, the only way this shit gonna get fixed if the comment come. That's the only thing. Hey, man, was just send the comment and we just started over again, bro. You know what I'm saying? It just send the comment, goddamn it, shit, bro.
Oh man, bro. These people are out of there, bro. Like man, they gotta go through so much of a detox from their bro. It ain't going nowhere,
Uh,
bro.
Hey, you know what, Bama? Have the spaceship come pick up the folks that's worried the goddamn and shit and let the comments.
Shit.
Hey,
Yeah.
let the comment come and get the rest of them, bro. For real.
Man, for real, bro.
Mhm.
This
I'm
ain't no
telling you.
It's
saving this, man.
That's the only
it's
way that
Sodom and
shit gonna
Gomorrah
get
out
fixed.
here.
Oh yeah, that's the only way that shit gonna
What you say, mister?
get fixed. Shit.
I
The
said it's
comment
Sodom
gotta
and
come.
Gomorrah out here.
Man, hey.
I don't,
Hell
and I don't
yeah.
remember how that story ended in the Bible either. What happened at the end of
Shit,
Sodom
it
and
got
Gomorrah?
fucked.
They destroyed.
Hell yeah, I think the comment came for their ass too. Shit, I can't remember. Shit, I
There you
think the
go.
comment fucked their ass up too. Shit, I can't remember.
Oh man. Yeah, it's yeah, it ain't no saving the community, bro. Like all those things we hear about the Bible, though, bro, it's just a depiction of what we see today. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
applicable to what that happened. It could be true, but it's only true based off the time. But it also
yeah,
illustrates there ain't nothing new to the sun, too. You know what I mean? And we kind of repeating it or remixing what they did. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So yeah, it's ain't no fixing it, bro. Ain't no
Nah,
fixing it. And
Nope.
I ain't trying to disrespect nobody's belief system, but ain't no sky daddy gonna fix it, bro. You know what I'm
Nope.
nah,
saying?
it ain't.
And we
It
also
ain't.
got to remember we're citizens of planet Earth. These borders are man-made, and we're not
Yep.
we're
Exactly.
not limited to these borders. So if the culture don't fit what we're trying to do, we need to go on to another culture.
Yeah.
We're not locked here.
Yeah.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah.
It ain't against the law, but yeah, that's the thing though, man. I tell them all day, man. You know, y'all can have it. I ain't mad at you. I ain't gonna even say I disagree with it, cause hell, I was in that transformation business. I get it, but I'm not finna spend another 20 years trying to reform these Negroes, man.
Yeah,
Nope.
man.
You know what I'm
China.
saying?
I get what he trying to do. I get what he
Yeah,
trying
I
to
get
do,
it.
bro.
Yeah, I
Cause
get it. I get it. Yeah.
it, it's a dude in my neighborhood that I went to school with. He got a thing trying to save Whitehaven, the neighborhood or whatever. And I told him, I said, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. You're about 20 years too late, but at the same time, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get, hey, you need something to fight for or something to do. Hey, but bro,
Uh,
you 20 years late on that shit. You know what I'm saying?
that's it.
Trying to save Whitehaven shit. You hey,
And it ain't no
you
returns that's gonna come out of that. You ain't gonna make no money off that shit, bro. You gonna
ain't
waste a
no
lot of energy,
returns.
bro.
Ain't no
Tell you,
returns coming out that shit.
no, hell no, bro. I was talking about that the other day, like how much money I was putting in into that organization, man. It ain't a lot of money, $30 a week, but here's a lot of money when you ain't got no damn money. And hell,
Yeah.
I add that up for 15 years, I came up with $25,200 in them 15 damn
Hmm.
years. And I'm like, bro, I could have damn took that money and flipped that. I
Yeah.
can't even get none of that money back that I put into that
Man, I'm telling
organization.
you.
Shit.
I'm telling you.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That's a down payment on a property.
exactly. You know,
Yeah.
and I ain't even mention all the trips that I took that I had to take to go and travel and do security. I ain't talking about how much money I could have made off of real legit security. You know what I mean? Shit,
Yeah.
man, you put all your energy into that shit, man. You ain't able to get paid off that, bro. So you got to get out here
Man.
and get that money.
Yeah, man. Well, I told bro, I said, I get what you're doing, but I said, bro, you about 10, 20, you about 20 years too late on on trying to
Yeah,
save that. It's a done deal. And the
yeah.
dude raised some money. And they were cooking his ass, man. The dude raised some money to get this Christmas tree put up in the old mall every year. They use the mall fucked up, Bama, but want this damn Christmas tree in the hey, they were cooking his ass. Hey, 40,000 for a Christmas tree, and we got potholes. Hey, they were like 40,000 for a Christmas tree. We got potholes and shit all in the street. Man, they were cooking his ass, bro. Dude. They were
How much for
cooking
the
his
Christmas
ass,
tree?
man.
How much for the
40,000 for this? You raising 40,000 for a criminal tree? We
40?
got potholes and shit.
Oh man.
Man, they cooked them, bro.
Oh man.
They body
Especially
dude,
over there,
man.
what's that highway over there? That highway where you 55 where you at? Man, it's
Yeah.
bad over there, bro. I'm like,
Mhm.
yeah. Yeah. But yeah, man.
He got mad
Man,
and the
it's
same dude got
uh,
mad and blocked me because I told him he was like, why y'all spending money in the white neighborhoods and not in this neighborhood and all that stuff there. And I was telling him about how a lot of black people we need financial literacy. He said, so what you saying black people stupid about it? I said, no, man. I said, man, you just need some hey, financial literacy. I said, just dropping money in the neighborhood ain't gonna help shit. You know what I'm saying? I said, you
yeah,
gotta teach these
exactly.
people some shit. Yeah, I said, just dropping money in the
Yeah.
hood ain't gonna change a damn
Hmm.
thing. Well,
Yeah.
Hmm.
Them niggas got mad at me at home. You know what I mean? I was going in on them about them car shows and giving out free hot dogs and chicken and shit. I'm like, you
yeah,
niggas gonna still be niggas. You still gonna do what you
yeah.
been doing. You ain't changing us giving people
Mm,
free food, man, and putting on a car
ain't
show. What is
changing
that
nothing,
doing?
man.
Shit.
Ain't
We see
changing
them
nothing.
same cars. We see them same cars every day, bro. Why you? What's different than a car show? And we already see the car show every day when you riding in the hood,
Mm,
bro. Shit.
yep, yep,
I ain't
crazy.
doing nothing. Oh yeah, we getting t-shirts and we gonna judge the cars and we gonna give out free hot dogs and we gonna give out free socks and draws and bruh,
Hmm.
man, stop, man. That ain't gonna do nothing, bro. We still gonna be in the condition we in, man.
Yeah. I remember my partner told one of my old partners told me, man, the best way you can help a broke person is to not become one. He said, that's the best way you can help a broke
Yeah.
person to not become one. Yep.
Oh boy, that's a
Hmm.
good one. Damn, damn, bro.
Yep. That's the best way to
Crazy
help a broke
wallet,
person.
man. Damn.
But yeah, you had a good stream though. I give you that. It was a good stream, man. Yeah,
Appreciate it, bro.
it was a good
Yeah.
stream.
I wanted it
Hmm.
when I sent that to y'all, man, earlier. I was like, man, I gotta react off of it because I watched that debate actually twice today, and I'm like, damn, he was making so many points, you know. And so I'm like, let me
Yeah.
go and crank this thing up today, man. I had grabbed my load, and I'm like, shit, I'm gonna strike this bitch up. Cause old boy from J Rello, one of J Rello, the homeboy and shit, uh, was hollering at me and shit earlier and all that. He said, when you going on live today, man? So I don't even know. And I was like, shit, I might go on today, but it ain't gonna be about no travel shit. So,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Yeah, what been going? I heard. I think Razor had a live saying something about J. Rillo escaped
He
the
did.
Dominican
He,
Republic. I ain't look at
yeah.
it, but
This
mm,
shit is theater, bro. It's theater, bro. I'm convinced that you know what I mean. It's theater. You
yeah,
know,
that's
this shit
all it
all
is.
made up. Yeah, it's made
Yeah,
up.
that's all it is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he can't take that shit to Brazil though, and I'm certain I'd be shocked if he pulled them shenanigans like he did in Kenya or Colombia. He do that shit
Yeah,
in Brazil, man. Them dudes gonna put something on him, man.
yeah, he can't play around. He can't play around. No. Hey, you remember when me and you was in Brazil and that dude and this chick was arguing and that dude hit her ass in
Yeah, we was
the
looking at it from the
face.
balcony. I said, "Whoa!"
Yeah, he
And
hit
the
her ass
police
in the
didn't do
face,
shit,
and the
bro.
police didn't do shit. Hmm.
Man, yeah,
Hey, you
they
get some shit like that going on in America. That shit, bro, was talking about with that Bible and all that stuff will work for so then. If you,
yeah, it would work. Yeah, it would
hey,
work.
hey, that culture change he talking about, it'll most definitely work then.
Yeah, but see, the thing is though, Andrew Wilson do have a thing I do agree with. It's called force doctrine, and what force
Hmm.
doctrine is that those that can enforce the law
Yeah,
is the actual superiority, and women can't
yeah.
enforce that. You know what I'm saying? So if men wanted to, they can enforce anything they want to without anybody stopping them.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
You
I ain't
know?
mad at bro. Like, hey, I ain't gonna lie. If I was finna marry a chick in the state, it'll be that way with what he's saying without
Yeah,
the court. Nah, hey, it most
yeah,
definitely be that way. Hey, I ain't
Yeah.
signing nothing to the state.
Nah, don't do that. Yeah. I escaped twice actually, man. And you know, it was just a irreconcilable difference thing, no fault or whatever you want to call it,
hmm
and just got up out of it. You know what I'm saying? But it don't mean that these other guys that's tied to the state, man,
Yeah.
don't go down through that shit, bro. That should be tough on them brothers.
I think bro wife was in the comments too, because it looked like it was a lady in there with a picture of him on it. I might be wrong though, but
Mm-hmm.
it
Mm-hmm.
looked
The
like it
one
was
you
his
talking
wife in
to.
the comment too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's
That's what I
Spanish
thought.
too. She was cool. Yeah, she cool though. I think she was Spanish. I think.
Mm-hmm. All of them
Mm.
was cool from what I was kind of
Yeah,
glancing at.
they
Yeah,
cool.
it seemed like
Like
it
you
wasn't no
said.
bull crap coming through.
Yeah, like you said, they weren't trying to go off on. They weren't trying to crash out on your show and all that stuff there. So
Mm-hmm.
long you can debate like that, it ain't no problem.
Yeah, and
You can
that's what
debate like
set the
that.
tone is how the debate went. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Yeah, we was on Razor Rays going off, and then yeah, that'd be cooking. You know what I mean?
hmm Hey,
Yeah,
you must be hitting the algorithm if they found your channel.
yeah, it hit.
Yeah,
Yeah, it hit.
you must be hitting the algorithm or something, man. Cause they just came from out of nowhere. Like I said, I saw them people in the comments. I said, man,
That motherfucker moving with it, man.
normally just be the same the crew. Yeah, my
Yeah,
head, yeah, them coming out. I was like, what the hell, who all these
yeah, that shit was
folks?
jumping like a
I said, who all
motherfucker,
these
bro.
folks?
I'm like, damn, I can't. I just stopped putting the goddamn messages on the goddamn screen. I'm like, y'all coming in this mother too
Yep.
fast. I was
I said,
enjoying
man,
Yeah.
who
that
all
shit.
these folks?
Did you catch
hmm
the highest viewer count?
I don't know yet. I gotta end the live and then I see it in the studio.
Yeah.
But
It might be the highest one on this channel,
it's gotta be.
probably. For
Yeah,
real.
it's gotta be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gotta
Yeah, I
be.
think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'm sure Coach Greg Adams and they gonna get whipped of it. And
Yeah.
even Andrew Wilson, you know what I mean? And dude might be connected to Andrew Wilson because he got like a blood sport debate panel. And I remember
Yeah.
Andrew
Yeah.
Wilson talking about a blood sport debate panel that he be going on. So I think they invited me on that shit.
Yeah. That what that lady did in the comment. She
Yeah,
said, yeah.
yeah, I might have check that
Yeah,
out
you should
though.
do it. That's a
Yeah, that's
opportunity right
advertisement.
there. You get new eyes
Yeah,
on you, and they see that you
Yeah.
got a channel after they listen to you talk. And they're gonna say, "All right, I'm gonna go
I got
follow him now."
I gotta
Yep.
look for it though. Yeah, she was talking back and forth with you, class.
Yep. Cause I asked her, I was like, 'cause I asked her. She said we waited later on to get the paperwork for me. I said, well, what you need the paperwork for then? You know what I'm saying? Right.
Mm.
If y'all were married for so long without the paperwork, why you need the paperwork now? you know,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nah,
why
that
you need that
paperwork is just a
paperwork
piece
now?
of paper. It's just a piece of paper. Christ is king. I'm trying to remember. I think I remember where that motherfucker was. Yeah, she sure invited me, man. I gotta find that motherfucker before I get up off of it. You should come
Yeah.
to verbal combat on Friday. Let me look that up real quick. Verbal combat. I'm about to look that up right now. Yeah, old boy, he was cool, calm, and collect. I like it. You know what I mean? He didn't get all offended, and motherfucker can't
Yeah.
even have an argument if he getting offended, man. Yeah, I had to put his ass on the rope a little bit. I'm gonna polish it up though. I'm gonna go through my old little notes and shit and work him out a little bit. Give him that P90X.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gonna have to get it. Let's see.
Well, they gonna have to
Verbal
break them
combat.
off something.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. You know what I mean? I kind of like how Greg Adams did in that debate. He was like, "You trying to get me go in church? I'm trying to take you out the church." And anytime you take them out that goddamn book, they drown. You know what I'm
hmm
saying? But
But
I
you
can
know
get in
what?
there. Yeah.
A lot of them debate you. You have to keep them in that book, cause they'll get outside. They'll get outside the book and just get to saying what they think and all that stuff there. But
Mm-hmm.
that's how you get them. You got to keep them in that book. You got to keep them in that
Oh yeah.
book for sure.
So I'm gonna
Hmm.
throw his ass off though. I like to put him in the book. I like to get him in the book, and then I hit his ass out the book. Like I hit him with that question, like, how the fuck did what's the name write that Bible like that? And he was damn wasn't even born yet. How that shit happen? And the motherfucker was on skates. He was like, oh shit. He looking all in
Shit,
the sky and shit.
it was more than 66 books in the Bible. Like what's up with the books that they took out the Bible? To be honest,
Mm-hmm.
it's plenty of books that they kept out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
they
they
got
basically kept them books out so they could control. And that's what the Bible, that's what religion really all about control. To be honest,
yeah.
man,
Mm-hmm.
it's all
Religio.
about
Yeah.
control. Yeah,
Yeah, religio. I just
man,
subbed
I'm
to him
telling
verbal combat. Yeah, I got you. I got
you,
it.
you can't. One thing for sure, I was always steered away from this shit when I was little because I remember like they said they ain't want they ain't want slaves to read regular books, but they wanted them to read the Bible, and they
Mm.
had verses in the Bible talking about please
Slavery.
your slave master and all that type of stuff
Mm.
there. And
Mm-hmm.
to be honest, what I got steered away from when I was young, like when you a little kid and you see folks with the Holy Ghost and all that stuff, that's some scary shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you'll see little kids crying and that motherfucker and all. You know what I'm saying? You see, hey, if you think about it, bro, if you think about it, just think about this, Bama, man. They say the Bible say when you got the Holy Ghost, it's a confident spirit. This shit
Yeah.
they show in church, that look like the girl off The Exorcist, man. You know what I'm saying with the Holy Ghost. Hey, that look like that little girl on The Exorcist, man. With the when they talk about the Holy Ghost in church, shit, that
Hey,
ain't the Holy
looking like,
Ghost, bro.
hey, looking like they be looking like that chick on I'm gonna get you sucking when she was on her period.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
motherfucker.
yeah. So you must got the devil in you. Hey,
Oh boy.
you can't tell me that's something holy. I'm sorry, bro.
No
Hey,
man, you done
you
busted
you
your
can't
head on one
tell
of them
me that.
goddamn
Hey,
pews and
you
shit, dude.
foaming in the mouth and all that stuff. That ain't nothing holy there, bro. For real.
No, bro. You like you
That
possessed
is
by a
not.
demon,
Yeah,
goddamn.
that ain't nothing holy. If you foaming in the mouth and all that stuff there. Nah,
I seen a motherfucker break his ankle. That motherfucker came, he snapped up out that shit quick, bro.
that ain't nothing holy right there.
Man.
And then them folk be on there talking about on at 4 in the morning on BET selling the miracle water and stuff. Yeah, this miracle
Oh.
water, I drunk it and got $10,000 in the mail the next day. You know, the miracle water.
Miracle water. That's witchcraft, my girl. You got them candles and everything. You don't even know that's voodoo.
Mhm.
Voodoo, motherfucker.
Yep.
Shit.
Hey, that's why I kind of got steered away. I remember my dad. He big in the church. Like he begged me to bring my son there for Easter when he was little. And the reverend was hollering all loud, but my son started crying and shit. That dad, we got the roll, man. And Pop, we got the roll, man. And then Pop, I did it for a little minute, but yeah, if my son wouldn't stop crying at that age, I said, yeah, Pop, we got the
Oh.
roll now. Yeah, we got
He
the
said
roll, Pop.
he was crying
Hmm.
his ass off, man.
Yeah.
Oh
Hmm.
man, so he was in that bitch yelling with him, bro.
Yep. Hmm.
Jeez, man. Yeah, that should
Yep.
be
Up and down.
crazy. I was sitting back wondering. I always thought I was the goddamn devil in church, man. I was looking at everybody I'm like, damn, why I ain't doing that shit? You know what I mean? Like,
And
why
what
he
really?
doing it and I ain't doing it? You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying?
I'll
What
never
made him
forget
do
Bama. I'll
it?
never forget Bama
That's funny.
when I was in the junior high.
Yeah.
I had went to this one church. Dude was like, man, if you ain't a Christian, you going to hell. Then went to a Baptist church. If you ain't a Baptist, you going to hell. I was like, well, damn, shit. Hey,
Yeah.
which one is it? You know what
Which
I'm
one is
saying?
it?
Hey, I was like,
Yeah.
God damn. And then the chick said, "Oh, the Muslims, they going to hell." I said, damn,
Oh
how the fuck
man.
you know where they going? Shit.
Man. That would be killing me about a lot of them, bro. It could be a stone cold crazy mug in real life,
They
bro.
discriminate against each other like a motherfucker, bro.
They do, man. But when he died, he in the cat, that preacher be up there talking all that good shit about that boy or that dead person. I was like, bro, that dude wasn't like that, man.
Mm-hmm.
He down there looking upon all of us. He's smiling and all this other shit. Like, nigga, how you know this shit, bro? You're tripping, man.
I know one thing.
Talking about Calhoun Tubbs.
You know what I'm telling you? The way they talk about heaven in the Bible, heaven gonna be boring than a motherfucker up there, man. Shit, the way they
niggas ain't trying to go no time soon, bro. They ain't trying to go no time
you know what I'm saying? Hey, the way everybody wanna go to heaven, but don't nobody wanna die to get there, guys.
No. Hey, I remember my Minister Majid, man. May the ancestors be proud of him, man, and his work. But Minister Majid said in the mosque one time, man, he said, and y'all up here talking about you gonna be up there in the land of milk and honey and the sweet pie and pie with the pie in the sky. He said, milk is a laxative and honey can be a laxative too. What kind of commodes y'all niggas gonna be shitting on?
I'm telling you.
Bro,
I'm telling you,
man.
man.
Hey, he brought the house down when he said this shit. I started to keep him laughing when I was standing up there on that pole, bro. Man, I wanted to laugh so bad, man. Yep. I promise you, bro. I said, damn.
Yep. You gotta wait to die to go to heaven, but hey, his heaven on earth. You know what I'm saying?
Right here.
Yeah, them folk heaven on earth, man. But they tell us we got to die to go to heaven. Man. Like, nah,
we ain't doing that, man.
I'm gonna make this motherfucker my heaven while as long as I'm living. Shit.
Sure will.
I'm gonna make it my paradise.
Yeah, and I can't take it with me anyway, so I might well enjoy it while I'm here. Shit.
Yep.
Damn, they're gonna be waiting on something that you don't know. You ain't rushing to. You know what I mean? Y'all ain't trying to get there. How you know them people, they down looking at you, smiling, you know, and all that shit. Bro, how you know that shit, bro? You can't even see a damn spirit unless it's in a body.
Yep, I'm telling
you.
Yeah. Hey, dude, I was looking at a dude on TikTok. He said, man, heaven gonna be boring as hell. Ain't nobody gonna be there listening to that music they be listening to. He said, man, it's gonna be boring. He said, man, why would I want to go? He said, man, it's gonna be boring as hell up there.
Like what? I mean, what did they? And I wanted to hit him with that stuff, but I'm gonna save it. You know, I wanted to hit him with that. Like, bro, what y'all gonna really be doing up there, bro? Like, what's the itinerary? You know what I mean? Are y'all still going to church up there or what? Like, what's going on, man? It's crazy, man.
Ain't nobody came back from heaven and be like, oh man, it's straight here. And ain't nobody came back from hell. Somebody, it's hot, man. Ain't nobody came back from that talking about it's hot down here.
Bro, they came back and told them niggas are faint soon as they see them, bro. Ain't nobody trying to see no dead person, bro. Come back,
man. I'm telling you.
Man, you a fallout, man. I know I would. They'd scare me to death. Hell, I'd probably die that day too. I see my damn brother pop up. What's up, bro? What? Oh, nigga, faint on yeah. Shit, I ain't see that nigga in damn 17 years. Shit. For 15 years. Man. Damn.
Yeah, it's true, bro, man. Yeah, you had a good stream today, though, bro.
Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, we had to get it in, man. Like I said, he caught me on the cuff because it kind of threw me off guard, you know what I mean? Cause, you know, he came up. He's like, man, what you doing Friday? He invited me. You want to debate, Thursday? And I'm like, I was like, yeah, bet, you know what I mean? So, I was like, damn. And then he came on up. I'm like, shit, fuck, let's get it.
Hey, Greg Allen cooked that, man. Now they trying to, hey, what is called, bro? When when you trying to help fix it, when it got fucked up and they trying to fix it now. What they call it? I forgot what they call it. They cooked the. They got the Greg Allen to cook those. They trying to work on fixing it again.
No, it ain't no fixing that, bro. Like he did surgery on boy, man. Like he did him up good, man. And he killed me with that little house on the prairie shit though. But that shit
Yeah.
was funny, bro. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
but
But yeah, bro. Yeah, man. We gonna shit. I got about 3 more hours of driving, man. And I'm gonna go get me a shower real quick, bro, and lay it on down. Get ready for the early in the morning.
yeah, I'm finna go on, finish watching the damn basketball game right now, man.
Shit, I'm the Detroit Pistons, goddamn, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, they playing right now. Yeah, watching now.
I
Yep.
got you.
Yeah,
But
I
shit,
got about
I'll let
3 hours
y'all,
left
man.
too.
Okay.
All right,
Appreciate y'all,
been
bro.
real.
Yes,
All
sir.
right,
Thank you,
Ben.
Mister. Appreciate your
All right,
class.
Mr. Mills. All right. All right.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
All right,
man.
check you later.
It's been a long one, man, y'all. 4 hours. I think we damn near. I think I want to say this like my second longest stream, and yeah, yeah, we got about 2 hours worth of debate. You know, I shot a few bullets at Speak Easy. You know, shout out to Speak Easy. You know, Verbal Combat. You know, I subscribe to his channel. Friday. You know, yeah, we'll probably be setting it up. You know, maybe y'all can go over there to his channel, whatever, and maybe catch the debate to give me a little bit of exposure. Looked like he had about 800 and some subs, whatnot, which is good. And it seems like he's a big advocate for for oh, I got 94 subs. So shit, I just picked up 5 more subs off of this stream alone. Shout out to it. Shout out to it, man. We in the algorithm. We in the algorithm, dude. We get it there. Shit, hear that. We getting there. Yeah. We gotta bring out the controversy. And maybe these damn debates just may be that. But you know what? I want to debate some of these traveling niggas though. I want to get on that, and I would love to debate Austin wannabe smart ass Holloman. You know what I'm saying? I like to put his ass in a chokehold and make him go limp. You know what I mean? Wet noodle, cause he swear he's a whole African now, cause he done been to all them African countries. That don't make you African, homie. So, but anyway, yeah, man, it's been a legendary one, man, and I definitely couldn't have made it possible if y'all wasn't here. Y'all made it possible. The chat is what makes a channel. Subs is what makes a channel. And as long as that's happening, y'all, I'm gonna give y'all my best for sure. You know, so I hope I didn't disappoint. Hope y'all enjoyed. You know the stream. Let me see. Let me see. I think that's it. Something. Got all this for 400. What the hell? Damn! How you come across them creeds, my nigga? You got the Oh man, I'm gonna hit you up here in a minute. Damn, he got the AT1. Oh man, he got just some good shit. He got the Tom Ford. Oh man, he got the gold bottle of the Creed, and he got the Silver Mountain one. I like. Okay, you got my Silver Mountain. Bet. Okay, okay. Man, shout out to it, bruh. So, but yeah, y'all. This has been a legendary one, and for me to be sort of not in that space of debating religion, it made me interested in going back to my old receipts and having to put to test my work from the past. I gotta re-resurrect my past. All right. Now, I did this shit when I was in the nation. I was pretty decent at it, but now I got a little bit more season on me. Got a little bit more knowledge and a little bit more wisdom on me. I'm gonna make it hard for him, boy. I'm gonna make it hard for him. You know what I mean? Pause. Not like that, but yeah. Appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all for subbing to the channel. Thank y'all for hitting the like button, and continue to sub if you are new. hit the notification bell. That lets you know absolutely when I go on live, because I am unpredictable. Okay, I am unpredictable. I can just strike that bitch up. So come through, man. Support the channel. Definitely appreciate y'all, man. This your boy Bama the Traveler. Bama in Brazil. Pure Bama Freeman. Pure Bama, and I'm all Bama right here on the Freeman channel. Definitely appreciate y'all, man. Y'all have a good one. Take it easy. Be safe. Peace.